Heaven smiles upon you. Heaven smiles above me. That's Queens of the Stone Age. No one knows. That's what Suda 51. I researched that the other day. I was looking at Killer 7 information and I was like, Heaven Smile. Where have I heard Heaven Smile? And then I was like, Queens of the Stone Age. And I was like, okay, which came first? Killer 7 or the Queens of the Stone Age? No one knows. And it was Queens of the Stone Age. Suda is a punk rocker. And I am the master of Vita. I am the Vita master. If you are in here, if you are a channel member of the Hikikomori Cool Stream, a 99-cent member, I get 60 cents out of that 99 cents. If you are a channel member in this chat right now, I need you to post some Vitas. That's right. Check the pinned comment. I made a new emote for today's anniversary stream. This is a very special day. Very special day. Does anyone know what day today is? Okay, I didn't just make this stream for nothing. If you are a channel member, I need to see Vitas in chat. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to you until I see a Vita in chat. That's it. That's the ultimatum I am dropping upon you. I need to see a Vita in chat. I need to see a Vita in chat. We'll wait. Nope. Still not seeing a Vita. We'll just wait. We'll just wait it out. I'm early anyway. Nope. We're still not ready. Show me we're ready. What is that? That's a cough. Nope, that's not a Vita. That is not a Vita. That is a coffin. I need a channel member to show me a Vita in chat. One Vita. One Vita and we can begin. Disappointing. Very disappointed in you. Very disappointed in you. I'm going to have a sip of water while I wait. Nope, we need one Vita. One Vita in chat and we'll begin. How dare you disrespect the Vita? Read the pinned tweet. This water's pretty good. Pretty tasty. One Vita in chat. Or I end the stream. It's all over. We can just call it quits here. We can just stop and put the brakes on this stream. I want one Vita in chat. That's right, Danny Lyon. You know. I'm very disappointed. Come on. I see it. Come on. Tell him what he's got to do. Tell him what he's got to do. Julian knows. Vita! Vita means life! Welcome to the PlayStation Vita 9-year anniversary cool stream. We have a Vita in chat. We have a Vita in chat. Thank you, Julian. Somebody's paying attention. Thank you. 9 years ago, on this date, February 15th, the PlayStation Vita hit North American shores. It was 2011, December of 2011 for the Japanese audience. But it was February 15th of 2012 when the Vita came out. This machine right here, this is my Persona 4, the golden little soft case here. I've had it for quite some time. Inside of here, it's got a little pocket inside there. That pocket there holds my games. Inside of the soft shell, I have my Persona 4, the golden hard shell that goes over. It clamps over my PlayStation Vita. Right there. There she is. My PlayStation Vita. You can see my Elgato right there. There she is. My PlayStation Vita. Vita's in chat. Vita's in chat from Julian. Anyone who has a badge can post Vitas in chats. Vitas in chat get special attention. The rest of you are leeches on this celebration day of the PlayStation Vita. There's a custom emote. It's blue. This is blue. Do you even have a PS Vita? Do you even have a PlayStation TV? I don't think you do. Bunch of posers in here. But Julian, I see Julian's Vita right there in chat. I know they were ready. They were ready to celebrate the Vita. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm a little early on the cool stream, so the theatrics can chill right now. I just want to remind you all. Oh yeah. Right there. Leave that like. Get out of here. Leave that like. Likes are free. You cheapskates. Who else we got here? I got 3 Vitas, says Julian. Max is in here. Switch peasants. They don't know the comfort and joy of holding your baby Vita in your own hands. There's no Joy-Con drift going on here. There ain't no analog drift going on the PS Vita. They just built it right the first time. Today's stream, cool snacks. I already had Chinese food. Record low temperatures here. Record low temperatures here in Kansas City. Hold on. Pull up the weather. Negative 15 degrees here in Kansas City. It never gets that cold. But still, I braved the blizzard and I went out and I got Chinese food. I posted it in the Discord. You can go in Eats and Treats in my Discord and look at the Chinese food that I got. Sweet and sour chicken with the red sauce, the carrot slivers, the pineapple chunks. I dipped it all in the red sauce and I ate it. That was my breakfast today. Breakfast of champions. Also, cool stream snack. We have Black Boss or Boss Black, whichever you prefer, by Suntory. Okay, straight up black coffee in a can, all the way from glorious Nippon. I've had this before. It's a little different than your typical Boss. It's more bitter tasting. Just what I need for this bitter stream. Thank you, Julian. What's good, BioPhoenix? Moderator BioPhoenix is in here. I got a fever for some Vita. 9-year anniversary of the Vita. 10 years is going to be even crazier. Okay? 10 years is going to be even crazier. I've got some big plans for the Vita right now. You can see what I got going on. We'll just go over here. Let's check out my Skittles. Okay? Right now I'm running Enso. E-N-S-O. It's a custom firmware. It also has whitelist on here. Whitelist is important because for whatever reason, Sony just did not update certain games. Like, you can't play Army Corps of Hell, Gravity Rush, or even what was that other game? There's like a few, like Uncharted. They didn't update Uncharted, so you can't play it on your PlayStation TV. So whitelist, this application down here, is what you use to run so you can play Gravity Rush. I also have a modification going on. There's a plugin you can get for your PS TV, so you can use your DualShock 4 and the motion sensor in there. So Gravity Rush has like pinpoint motion sensing, and there's like a gravity slide. So you can actually use those features that they just never updated for the PS TV. PS TV, I would say, is even more underrated. It's a great system, a great consoleized thing, and it's really small. It's smaller than my phone. I've played a lot of PlayStation Vita games on here. I also have Adrenaline, run PSP games, PS1 games, tweak the settings, so you have like your entire PSP library, entire PlayStation library. You can run NES ROMs. You can run Super Nintendo games if you want to. What else we got going on here? PlayStation All-Star, Silent Hill, EDF 2. I also have EDF 1. You can play this online. I played it online with Kirk. Danganronpa, Steins, Gate, Windjammers. I have Windjammers on every system available. Oh, and if you enjoy, I got a Gravity Rush background. There's all sorts of custom themes. It even has music, but I disabled the music on the background there. Deception 4, The Nightmare Princess. I also have the other Deception 4, Uncharted, Jet Set Radio, Akiba's Trip. I got the Firefly Diary here. Hotoru no Nikki. There's a review on my channel. Yes, Silent Hill Book of Memories. It's a book of memories. I gave it a chance. It's not terrible. It's a Diablo clone. There's some Silent Hill 3 DLC, some Pyramid Head crap. Just all right. But the Vita TV, like if you got a PlayStation Vita, if you got a Vita TV, it is one of the easiest systems to modify and get custom firmware running. So personally, I think the Vita itself is probably the better deal because of the versatility of it. You can take it anywhere. It's comfy. It's a beautiful system. As I said, like let's compare. Shall I compare? Shall I compare to a PS Vita, to a Nintendo Switch? Okay, let's get both of these in frame. Okay. Look at here. That's a Switch, right? A little awkward. Can't be, it doesn't fit too comfortably. It's a little wide. Here's my head, okay? Yeah, I can't even see the full screen. What a ripoff. Okay, so I got that. Now I got the Vita. It's hard to see because they're both black. But yeah, the Vita's about the size of the Switch's screen itself, just a little smaller. But I prefer the Vita. It fits in your pocket, okay? It's one of the last great systems that fits in your pocket. Beautiful system. So some of Sony's best engineering. I still am baffled why they haven't tried to make their own Switch, their own version. So I hope they give it another shot. I mean, the PSP itself one of the greatest portable systems. I've always preferred the Sony portables because the content on there was, I think, far more mature, far more hardcore than your Nintendo stuff. And if I've learned anything about Nintendo, a lot of their content dries up after a couple of years. Like they're strong out of the gate, and then their content dries up. Sony, on the other hand, they were strong out of the gate. They dropped first-party support, but the third-party support was fairly steady all throughout, and the indie support was good too. Pew Pew video games. What the fuck? Vita BG music is the best. Yes, I had to disable it, so because it plays a copyrighted song. The background music for the Gravity Rush theme, it plays a copyrighted song. All right. So, what are we playing? I can play some Downwell. Started a new file. I have one on my actual Vita. This Vita is not modified. Not modified at all. I kept it pure. So I could play online and stuff like that. But my Vita TV, no holds barred. Here's the thing. I bought my Vita TV on launch. It's called the PlayStation TV. I call it the Vita TV. Because I already have a PlayStation TV. My third monitor is that PlayStation 3D monitor. You guys remember that from my Deadly Premonition video? That's my third monitor. I consider that the PlayStation TV. I consider what I'm playing on right now is the Vita TV, all right? It's just a TV version of the Vita. Anyways, I bought it for, I think, $100 when it first came out. And I was pumped for it. I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'd love to play Gravity Rush for it. Little did I know, Gravity Rush was not compatible at first until the homebrew scene came by. And then Uncharted, both of which did not end up becoming officially compatible. Then, within 2 weeks, like it was such a monumental failure, the Vita TV, they dropped the price $40. It was like $60. After I bought it, I could not believe that. It was the fastest anything Sony's ever dropped a price on. I was pissed, and I called up Amazon. I'm like, hey, I just bought this, and it dropped $40. Sony would not make up the difference, but Amazon were cool. They were like, yeah, we'll give you $40 in credit. And I think I used that to buy like a Danganronpa game or something. But for a while, it was a pretty good media machine. We used my Vita TV for like Netflix and YouTube and Crackle and stuff. And it was very lightweight. You can take it anywhere you want. Gain 4 HP. I'll save that one. These are the little perks. So let me explain some Downwell here. So Downwell, it's a vertical exploration game. It's like procedurally generated, and your goal is to get to the bottom of the well. And between levels, you get a certain perk that upgrades your character. You only have like 4 hit points, but you can get things. You can go to a shop and get more. Your goal is to make it as far down the well as you can without dying. The game gets a little bit easier because you unlock different characters and different perks. The reason why it looks so skinny is because it's not in Tate mode. There is a Tate mode made for the Vita, and I believe this is on Switch too, where you can turn it vertically. Like you can play it invert mode up on your Vita. That's how I normally would play it, so it wasn't so squished. Blessed by Sony's performance updates. Yeah, they still keep releasing those tiny little updates, and the PS3 itself, it gets an annual update, I think. How powerful is the system? Bit below PS3? I would say, I don't remember the exact specs, but I believe it was very comparable to a PS3. I don't think it has as powerful as a GPU. But a lot of the games are just phenomenal. Like, I think their best stuff came out at launch. Like Uncharted, Killzone, Gravity Rush, of course. It was a showcase, but As we all know, the PlayStation Vita was a failure because their proprietary memory card route that they went. It wasn't like a Pro Duo situation, like where you may have a Pro Duo lying around. You had to pay the piper. You had to go through Sony to get their memory cards, and their memory cards were low capacity and very expensive. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was some internal memory on the Vita. I believe it's like a gig or two, but I mean that's only enough for the OS itself. So you could you could easily fill that up, and since they were pushing Vita as like more of a digital based system, because a lot of the library is digital only, that's a problem. But there are now ways around that. There's this like micro SD converter that you can buy, and if you're running Enzo, which is the custom firmware, you can use that, and I think you can have like up to 128 or maybe a much higher. But yeah, unfortunately, Sony's greed was the death of the Vita, and they really could have had the Switch's momentum if they had given a shit. And the Vita has so many cool features that not many people talk about. One of the ones I use the most for the Vita was the remote play. I would stream my PS4 games. Like I played through most of Metal Gear 5, streaming it to my Vita and playing it that way. So they could have been on something if they released like a more beefier Vita that operated kind of like a Wii U, like had like a better Bluetooth module in there, or just focused on compatibility with PS4. They really could have stolen that thunder from Nintendo, but they just gave up. Let's see how much. Where are we at? Pew Pew Video Game says OG Vita having no built-in memory for game downloads when PSP Go years ago had 16 gigs was just insane. Yeah. I did not buy my Vita at launch. I bought it, I want to say 6 or 7 months afterwards at a GameStop. And this is fucked up, but I don't want to shit on any GameStop workers. I tend to do that a lot. Their life is like hard enough right now. Oh shit, I died. But that's all right. Every death gives you a little experience, so I unlocked a new palette. I'll show you what I mean by that. We can change it to matcha. Now everything's green. So I think it was like 6 or 7 months after the Vita came out, I went over to my local GameStop because I was looking for a Vita because they were kind of hard to find. They had like a low print run at launch, and I imagine like 6 months in, not a lot of people were trading them in. So I go over to this GameStop, and this person is the manager. She told me that like I wanted to test it out in store before I bought it. I'd only played like a demo of one, and so she handed it to me, and it wouldn't turn on. And I was like, what's going on with this? And she's like, oh yeah, you just need to charge it. I have to charge mine while I'm sleeping, and then it should be fine. So she sold me this Vita that would just never turn on. I took it home thinking it would charge up and boot up. It didn't. So that was my first real experience with Vita ownership. Was I had one that did not charge, would not boot. And she sent me on a whole journey to do this. Basically, I took it back to her. I'm like, look, it never charged. It never booted on. She's like, that's impossible. I wouldn't have sold it to you if it didn't do it. I was like, listen, lady, I'm not lying here. I mean, I gave you $300, okay? What's the incentive for me to lie here? It won't turn on. You can see it for yourself. So she gave me like this whole third degree about it, which was very Like, what's in it for her? Like, why does she care so much? Like, even if I was a thief in this or trying to do an old switcheroo, like, why would she care? But I think she cared because it made her look bad, and she was just sticking to her guns. So she's like, okay, I'll take it back, but we don't have any more Vitas in stock. We've got one like 30 miles away. I'll give you a store credit, and then you have to go to the store 30 miles out of your way, like a 60-mile round trip for a Vita. So I had to go way out of town to find a used Vita to trade it in. So my first, I would say like my first experience with Vita ownership was very negative. But then I ended up getting Gravity Rush, and I think, what else did I play? I was playing like Uncharted. There was like a Danganronpa game. Dang, I really messed up there. There was a Danganronpa game. Like I was really head over heels with it. I bought a bunch of PS1 and PSP games and started rediscovering those. And I ended up falling in love with it. Like, I had never really enjoyed the 3DS all that much. I bought the 3DS at launch, and the gimmicks of the 3DS wore out on me. It's sad to say, but when Nintendo had to release a 2DS, and I don't know, a lot of their games, like later on, stopped incorporating 3D features, or you had to have a new 3DS in order to play certain games, or at a higher frame rate. Like that, they really abandoned their core concept, I think, for the 3DS. Whereas the Vita was powerful from the beginning, and if you wanted a good system port of something from PS3 or PS4 on the go, you would definitely get that on the Vita. It was very more than capable. And a lot of the games I played were cross-platform. So they would have like a presence on the PS3 or on the PS4, but I just ended up going on Vita. I liked playing in my bed. I'd like playing in my recliner, just kicking back and enjoying it. And believe it or not, a lot of people say, well, it didn't have a good library. If you like Japanese games, it had a very adequate library. Very adequate. My girlfriend's into the Atelier series. Like, all the Atelier games got ported. What we got here? Human Tofu's in here. It didn't help that early 3DS games were disappointments like Sticker Star. Oh, bro, don't even get me started down that road. Sticker Star's probably one. It's up there in like the top 3 most disappointing Nintendo games. Like, that whole era was wave after wave of disappointment. Star Fox, Paper Mario, all of them. There hasn't been a good Paper Mario since Thousand Year Door. I didn't like the Luigi's Mansion New Moon all that much, but I did like 3 a lot. Max is in here. The funny thing, every Vita has 2 gigabytes partition of URO, not to be confused with that, which wasn't used at all. Was it not used for like a cache for system updates? Usually they'll make it a cache for system updates. But what do I know? Yeah, this is Downwell, by the way, if you're just joining us. Downwell is a vertical, procedurally generated roguelike. It's semi-roguelike. You collect these crystals, all the crystals, right? You collect those. They make you powerful. You spend them, and it's a survival roguelike where you try and get as far as you can down the well, and you get upgrades. You get different palettes. It's unique, and it's very addicting. You can play this, I think, on the Switch. I believe it has a presence on the PS4, the PC. It's on everything, but my first experience with this game was on the Vita. And I believe it was also on iPhones at one point. I used to watch this dude. I don't know if you guys remember him. His name was Balrog. I don't know if Balrog still makes videos. Balrog's was it Game Room or Game Review? Balrog? I met him once. He's a friendly guy. He turned me on to this game. I watched one of his videos on it, and I usually don't get too deep into these indie games, but this one really caught my attention. I just like the retro-infused look to it. And there's nothing wrong. Like, if you're going to go for a retro-styled game, having a simple control scheme is what I look for. And this is only like a directional and one button. So very, very easy to pick up and play. Doesn't require a lot of learning. Music's great. I think the guy who made this made a few other games. Gato Roboto, I believe he made that. I love that game. I got it on the Switch, and I rolled through it real quick. Hey, Greedius is in here. Vita does mean life, and hello to everyone. Yeah, BioPhoenix is in here, too. BioPhoenix also has a game review channel. Check him out. Roguelite, yeah. Balrog does sound familiar. He was a big Nintendo guy. He was the guy that I would watch when during the Wii U days and stuff like that. He's a pretty big Nintendo guy. I thought he was pretty funny. I don't think he makes content anymore. I think he just got a big boy job and moved on. Wouldn't that be nice? Nah, I'm kidding. I love this. I love this game. It represents the Vita to me, just because the Vita became an indie dumping ground, if you will. It seemed like every indie game that I was into got a presence on the Vita, but now the Switch has kind of filled that void. Yeah, welcome to Balrog's Game Room, where I sometimes hide from society and make videos covering all facets of gaming. Yeah, I don't know if that's a quote. I got a photo with him. I met him at a game convention. He was nice, though. I think I met him at a Pro Jared panel, believe it or not. I met Pro Jared, too. Pro Jared was nice at the time. I'm not going to trash on him, but it's hard to watch. I said this once, I'll say it again. Like, if I've seen your penis, it's really difficult for me to not unsee it, you know? Nothing against your content, okay? Or you as a person, but it's just like, even some of my friends, like, you know, if I've accidentally at some point seen their penis, it's hard not to unsee a penis, you know? Especially when you're sitting in the same game chair where you make all your game reviews, you know? I'm still looking at that chair. That chair is an association with your penis for me now. Oh my god, yeah. I met Angry Joe as well. Angry Joe was over there. I think we were all at the Pro Jared panel. Smooth McGroove. I don't think Smooth makes videos anymore either. I think Smooth McGroove is like one of the most like, he's musically talented, but he just kind of lays low and doesn't get involved in any of this shit. Like, I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't know anything about any drama he's been in. He was just kind of one of those wholesome content creators. I'm definitely not one of those, but I do enjoy myself some wholesome content. What do we got? Hey, what's up, Ferris Nagatome? Yeah. I apologize. Sometimes I go off the rails. It's all in the name of good content. All right? All in the name of good content. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Get out of here. We got Gatan in here. Awesome game, though, and really awesome on the Vita because of the Tate mode. That's right. Tate mode. As I think Joe from GameSack says that. Tate mode! Let's see. Nero Smith, did Pro Jared try to seduce you in a public bathroom because of the con? Hard to say no if he's dressing like a Sailor Scout. Nah, he was wearing a vest. He was wearing a vest, I think. The only, I guess, interaction, like I went to his panel and he gave out a bunch of games. He had just like a random box of games, and people really seemed to enjoy him. And as I said, that was pre-weird polyamorous marriage controversy thing. I don't even know how you would describe it, but pre dick pics, we'll say that. Or maybe during dick pics. I'm not sure. maybe it was during that, but no. Well, I went to his. Here's the weird part. I went to his panel and I stuck around afterwards, and I don't know if it was Crush 40 or a member of Crush 40. If you guys know who that band is, from Sonic Battle Adventure or Adventure 2 Battle, whatever you want to call it. You know, the opening song in Sonic Adventure Battle. How do you say that? Is it Battle Adventure or Adventure Battle? You know, rolling around at the speed of sound. They played in a whole acoustic set afterwards, and I stuck around for it. I really enjoyed it. They were talented for sure. But later on, I at that same convention, I saw like JonTron hanging out with some friends, and there was a mutual friend I saw him hanging out with, so I figured I'd make my way over there and try and network a little bit. I think that it was like during the way early days of Hikikomori Media. So I mean, it's not like I'm any bigger, but I'm talking like maybe 100, 200 subs. So I went over there to just introduce myself to JonTron. I wasn't really going to go shill my shit or what have you. And right as I go to say hi to JonTron, the fire alarm in the building goes off, and we are told to evacuate. Like, and this was weird because it was like in the middle of the day. There wasn't, I don't know, there wouldn't be any cause for alarm typically. So we all had to evacuate. Everyone splits off into groups and stuff. We were getting filed out, and my group was with Pro Jared. So I have this photo of me and Pro Jared running out of this building where their fire alarm's going off, and it's all blurry and weird, but I thought it was funny. So that was when I met him. I was like, I think what I said to him was like, would this be a weird time to ask you for a selfie? And he goes, this is the best time to ask for one. So he was cool. As I said, I don't hold anything against Pro Jared, but I've seen his penis, so it's like hard. It's hard for me to not unsee it. So it's not, as I said, a personal thing. It's just a me thing. Like, if you saw Mr. Rogers' penis, could you go back to watching Mr. Rogers? Okay. I don't think so. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. All right, so we made it far. We made it to 3-1. That's some good progress, okay? We've already made it 2 worlds so far. And this Vita, I see some other members in there. Show me some Vitas in chat. Show everyone what you can get. The channel memberships, I've hand designed all the emotes. And today I made a very special 9-year anniversary, North America. 9-year anniversary of the PlayStation Vita. Rest in peace. Gone but not forgotten. If you're a member of this channel, post a Vita. Show them what they can have. Also, you can check the pin comment. I am 3 away now. 3 more members away from unlocking 7 more emotes. So once we get those 3 members, I'll have to design more emotes. But that's all right. I've already designed badges. So we've got, like, I think 6 total badges you can unlock, and a whole shitload of emotes, and it's just very nice. Supports the channel, encourages more cool streams. It's Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Yes. I saw Crush 40 play an acoustic set, an unplugged version of the Sonic music. I sure hope, by the way, I unlocked a new character, Arm Spin. Will surface up here. I saw the Sonic 2 teaser trailer, and it seems like they're going to be using more music from the games themselves. They need Crush 40 in there. I'm sure Crush 40 is really, really cheap to license. They need some Crush 40 up in that. Ooh, I still like Aqua. Aqua fits our stream. Won't you be my neighbor, says J-Man. Welcome, J-Man. J-Man, I saw you the other day in a comment section. I think you were arguing with someone. I'm sorry if I'm being vague, but I'm like, hey, that's J-Man. He was arguing with somebody. J-Man, if you remember arguing with somebody on the internet the other day in the YouTube comments, that's where I saw you. And I think I gave you an upvote just because I saw you. I don't think I remember what the context was, but J-Man, welcome. We got Julian with the sweary emote in case you don't know what you're missing out on. You got the sweary and the Vita, the glowing Vita. We got the laser now. The laser's good. It can do like multiple blocks. A good way to dig yourself out. But the further you get into Downwell, the less risks you want to take when it comes to just blindly falling. You want to try and go for the ledges. There will also be kind of like those Metroid enemies that hug around a block. What do we got here? Laser sight, range, and accuracy. That might be good. Consume some dead bodies to gain health. This actually comes in handy. I do like knife and fork. And then there's popping gems. When you hit a block, stuff pops out and attacks. Nepotism. I honestly don't remember, but thanks anyways. J-Man, you're welcome. You got that upvote from me. I always, I don't know if it's YouTube's algorithm. I just consumed a body. Sweet. I don't know if it's YouTube's algorithm, but I think what it does is if you've communicated with a person before or they're subscribed to your channel, it promotes their comments inside a comment section. So you can be like, hey, there's my friend. So yeah. I tend to lurk a lot and not say much, like just for optics reasons. But when I see you guys, I tend to say what's up or hey. It's one of those weird coincidences when you run into somebody else on the random void that is YouTube. We just enjoy some of the same content. What can I say? But I don't know how that works with the algorithm. I'm sure they recommend, like, if you watch Hikikomori Media and he watches this, then you might like X channel or something like that. I don't pretend to understand the magic of the algorithm. How do you guys like the set, by the way? I've changed some of the light. We got the blue light here. Got my hair light. Somebody had mentioned my haircut. Yes. I do cut my own hair. The reason why I cut it so short on the sides is because I'm allergic to my own hair. I can't grow facial hair. I'm allergic to my own hair. So I have to cut it short. But I do like to keep it long in the middle. But yeah, the sides are short. What else we got here? Julian, I quit and start over if I don't get a knife and fork by the time I get to World 4. Yeah, knife and fork will keep you alive, for sure. A good, adequate amount of gems will, too. We got BioPhoenix. I like Kenny. He's good for old school anime stuff. Kenny Lauderdale? I've never watched that, no. I have never watched that. You'd be surprised. I don't watch too many new channels, or people recommend me channels all the time. I just I'm set in my ways. I've got maybe 50 channels I'm sub to, and I just kind of stick with them. And it's just because I don't want to pull the whole time card, but I only got time for so many channels to watch at once, and then like working on videos and doing other things in life. So I'm just kind of set in my ways right now. I don't think I've subscribed to a new channel in some time, unless it's a friend. Like if a friend's like, "Hey, I got a channel I'm working on," or "I got this new idea." That's typically who I sub to. Just how it goes. But I'm still subscribed to channels that have been dead, long dead. I think for 10 years, 11 years. Some channels are just never coming back, which is sad, but people move on. Like, sometimes I'll get a passing thought. I'll be like, I wonder what happened to that guy. Like, married with a kid, or got into some crazy drama and quit, or just got a job. Typically, a job will do it. I know from experience, there'll be some times where I just drop off the face of the earth, but not lately. Yeah. I guess the latest stuff I heard about was Spoonie had another meltdown on Twitter, which is, it's sad, but he's been kind of pulling the same old pity party card, and yeah, I'm just like not about it. I just there's a certain thing inside of me that's just like, yeah, I can't check in on him anymore. I'm thinking like maybe he's gonna turn it around, but the dude is just a lost cause. That's at least my opinion. Everyone in the world's tried to reach out to him, like famous celebrities have tried to help out. I think like Brad Jones, the cinema snob, all of his friends, even like enemies he used to have came out and apologized or tried to help him out. But I don't know, man. There's only so much pity you can have for a dude that's like 40 years old and throws a pity party every single day. It's just draining to look at. I certainly hope he finds the help he needs, but I think he's just stuck in a perpetual cycle. That's sad. Sad to say. Like that, like one of my favorite content creators ever went down that road. I certainly thought he was destined for something bigger. In a weird way, when I see that, it's just like I gotta stay motivated. I can't. There are times like whenever I look at how things are going sometimes on the channel, and I'm like, man, what am I doing wrong? What could I be doing better? And I'm like, you know what? People don't want to hear that. They want you to try better and try and do something. So I also learned not to overpromise things. That was another important lesson from that whole situation. Try and keep your goals manageable. Don't try and sell the world. Just do what you can. Shops are rare. Finds only gun modules. I don't want that. We'll go back to typical style. Hickey, do I know about Thor high heels? What happened to him? Yeah, I know him. We've worked on some things at one point. I haven't talked to him in a bit, but I hope he's well. What happened to him? Is he all right? That's all I care about. Beyond that, I don't know. I think I spoke to him like earlier in the year, but it's been a minute. I'll have to say what's up. His streams are getting crowded. Where are we talking about? Still sad. Gatan says still sad about CGR and Undertone. CGR is like, CGR's one of the oldest content creators around. He was like doing it pre-YouTube, just kind of independently hosted stuff. But yeah, I watched that. I watched Undertow, but he's done. He's been done for a while. The last time I checked in on him, he was making comic books and selling meme t-shirts and just stopped. And I don't know. For the kind of style he had, it wasn't, the production shouldn't have, I guess, cost as much as he was putting into it. Like, I think he was renting out a warehouse, and he had like an El Camino and like a space arcade and all that. And I mean, that's novel, I guess, but he would only make 5-minute overviews of games, just like basic things, just some narration. And I just didn't think the production demanded, I guess, that warehouse or what have you. I think if he wanted to, if he truly wanted to, he could still make videos. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just found other things to work on that he enjoyed better. So I do recall listening to him on a few podcasts, and he was just really dissatisfied with how the things were going with the algorithm. And I mean, it just rubs me the wrong way as somebody who puts a lot of heart and soul into my videos. Like, people at the top bitching about the algorithm and stuff, when their shit was pushed, when they got a pretty big presence, I will say, and an opportunity to grow and maintain, at least maintain their presence, they're just complaining that they don't have more. And that's something I've learned to appreciate over time. It's like, yeah, we're not the biggest channel in the world, but everyone that I interact with here is pretty cool. And they tend to appreciate the stuff I put out and show up and chat with me all the time. So, I mean, that's more than a lot of people have. And we're going to do Virtual Boy. I apologize for the eyes. But that's just some perspective is in order for that. Like, I don't know what you guys are talking. I don't know who Kenny is. Nero Smith, I found Hikiko through his collab review with Captain Psychopath. Thor I found on my own, I think. I believe I believe we get recommended together all the time, because Thor and I make similar kind of videos. So, like, if you like this channel, check out this. I'm not sure, but welcome. Muhammad's in here. Sometimes the fire just leaves you. I know the feeling. It's left me a couple of times, but gotta get back on the horse. The show must go on. Miles, what's your favorite Steve Rambo film? Probably Boy Band or Cockpit. Catalinaville, those are the best three. Gatan says he was making crazy money on Patreon when he first moved to it, but I guess it wasn't enough for him since he kept trying other stuff and pushed away his core audience. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Mark from Classic Game Room, like, he had YouTube on a silver platter for him. The kind of videos he made, like, as I said, simple format to do. He used the same basic intro, talked 5 minutes about a game, didn't explore it all too in depth, made a couple of memes, and got out. And a lot of his collection was donated to him by fans. He had a bunch of like teenage and 20-year-old boys that were working for him on a sister channel, CGR Undertow. I think his dad owned this media corporation or something like that, and he had access to real deal editing equipment. He made like a shit ton of money, and I guess just the algorithm, that's all I heard was the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, and I think he just fell away from it. Like if you're not making money off a certain thing or what have you, or if you're not getting all the clicks, it's not worth doing. And he just left it behind. He's not the only one though. Like it's not a special phenomenon. It happened to a lot of content creators that I used to follow. They either weren't being pushed, which is something that I deal with sometimes. Just my videos will randomly do okay and then just won't. Or people just won't get notified, and I'm like, okay, what am I doing wrong here? But it's something that you can't really shoulder the blame for yourself. There's just so much content out there, and it's oversaturated. And so I think like once these younger YouTubers were coming out there, making, I guess, more in-depth content and actual retrospectives and things, like maybe he thought the jig was up. That's my personal theory. It's people started demanding more robust content, probably moved away. And for a long time, he was chasing this Ben 10 dragon. Ben 10 is like this Nickelodeon TV show, right? And there was like a Ben 10 PlayStation 2 game or something that he got 1 million views on. And from that point forward, he kept like, once you get 1 million views on something or something hits, and I see this happen with a lot of channels. It's not exclusive to Classic Game Room or anything, but once somebody hits a ridiculous amount of views on a video, a lot of them will try and recapture that lightning in a bottle. Like maybe people will subscribe because of like one funny video or one viral video and realize the rest of the content isn't for them, what have you. But they keep trying to like milk that cow forever. And not to say I've had like any major viral hits or anything like that, but it's something you got to recognize. If you ever do that, it's not always going to work out in the long term. You got to have a solid base of other content too, a little bit of variety. But what do I know? Dandelion, I want Contact 2. The Red Gun says, Watch Mojo also use CGR footage without their permission. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir. The Red Gun. You're preaching to the choir. You think it's like, Mark, I don't know. I love it when these channels that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers complain when somebody has millions of subscribers, like Watch Mojo, and Watch Mojo steals their content. But when it comes to people like me, who have been saying this for years, that people just rip my content wholesale, and then re-upload it and make money off of it, where are they? They're never in your corner. It's like the whole change the channel thing. You guys remember, or not change the channel, where's the fair use? Do you remember where's the fair use? When your favorite YouTube channel came out there and said, oh, YouTube's being so unfair. They don't like it whenever we just talk over an entire movie. We just make a review that summarizes the plot and shows off everything in the movie. We just show the entire movie, and then where's the fair use? Why can't I monetize that? Right? So, all of them came out, and they were in each other's corner. But anytime when a smaller channel comes out and has copyright issues, where are the big guys? Where are the big guys to back us up and amplify our voices? They aren't there, okay? They're only interested in protecting their own, okay? Learn that. If you want to know what it's like being where I'm at right now on YouTube, you got to understand the game. The game is cutthroat, and the only people that really got your back are your subscribers. No other content creator is going to come out there and help you out. Okay, I will say this. When I did call out one of the bigger channels, like one of the 1 million channel things, the million channels that million sub channels. When I called one of them out, the only people that came out to hear my side was one angry gamer. Right? Oh boy, I got one angry gamer on my side. What a fucking nightmare that is. The quartering comes out. Yeah, can I get your take? Nah, no, thanks. No, I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'll just sit here and let it happen. That's a lot. That's another story for another day. J-Man, I forgot how much Mark hated Watch Mojo. Mark wasn't the only one. I believe Guru Larry Bundy, that happened to him. So he started like leaving fact bombs in his videos. Larry's a funny guy. J-Man says, yeah, small channels are overlooked often when it comes to being ripped off. Yeah, we're also being ripped off, but we have no platform really to say it. What's did you know gaming? Yeah, I remember Matt from Two Best Friends ripping you off. What? J-Man, what happened? Hold up, that's new to me. Matt from Two Best Friends ripped me off? What did he do? This is new. I mean, I'm not going to go out there and talk any shit, but I just find it interesting because it's happened over, I want to say it's happened over 10 times that I'm aware of. But I'm sure many more times. It's sad. Ferris says, Miles, I thought it was No Clip or Niche Gamer that used your footage, but they apologized. Yeah, No Clip did apologize, so I got it's whatever. That's why I didn't bring them up, because they at least had the decency to apologize. Their editor didn't, though. Somebody, I think it was like somebody in my Discord's like, hey, here's this cool Suda51 interview where he's talking about all of his games, and then all of a sudden there's frog minutes. I'm like, wait a second. That looks very familiar. Yeah, they straight up took my frog minutes footage and then clipped out any trace. Like they deliberately cropped out any trace of a watermark or anything that would deem that it was mine, but I time coded it. You're fucking with an editor. So I time coded it and I synced it up, and it was certainly mine. But they didn't go out of their way to deny it when I called it out. So, and I mean, that exchange was mostly lighthearted. I wasn't really too mad, but it was just kind of shitty because, as I said, it's not a legal thing. I really have no recourse. I can't take anyone to court. It's a common courtesy deal. Just like reach out to me. Let me know, and I'll even promote your damn video. Like I will say, hey, look where my stuff showed up in, you know? But people, they want to have this veil of professionalism or due diligence, right? They want to have a veil of doing their due diligence. Because they're an authority in the gaming landscape. So it would be shameful for them to credit a smaller channel, I guess. Or just, I could also attribute it to laziness. Like, I'll just grab this real quick. But once they cropped out my watermark, I was like, those motherfuckers, they knew exactly what they were doing. So, forgive and forget on that, but it did happen. J-Man says he made the No More Heroes video. No, I don't think it was Two Best Friends that I recall. I don't think Two Best Friends have ever done anything to me, ever. And I don't think that would be in their wheelhouse for the most part, because don't they just make Let's Plays? So I don't think so. I mean, that they got enough of their own content. I think you're confusing it with some other channel. People seem to still be ripping off my Shadows video. Why not? About 4 other Shadows videos just came out that same year. That same year I made it. Certainly did not hear a peep after that. Certainly did not. I did have a friend of mine write an article about Shadows of the Dam, and they did cite the video I made as a source. So that's always nice. I like being cited. I can accept a citation. But, yeah. Enough of that bitching. Let's talk about something else, please. Please. Also, don't you think I forgot? Right here. Leave that like. Leave it. I see 40 of you in here. I'm only seeing 26 likes, you lazy motherfuckers. I need to see them thumbs. Give me them thumbs. Thumbs are free. Century is down with the Vita. Thank you for posting that. The Vita's 9th year anniversary. He knows what's up. Gatan, what's the least amount of effort someone has put into crediting the use of your footage or research in their own work for you to think it's fair? I'm not going to tell you who it was, but you can guess, okay? You can just make an educated guess. I'll give you the broad strokes of it, right? I put out a retrospective on a video game, right? This retrospective had 3 other games in it to provide context, because this game was built off the foundation of 2 older games. My videos on these older games were the only ones, the only reviews, the only footage for one of them on the internet, right? But I introduced those games to provide context for the actual game itself, right? So it's like these 2 games laid the framework for another game, right? That same month, like not even a month later, Million Sub Channel comes out and not only takes my footage, they take footage from 3 of my videos. 3 of them. 3 of them which are retrospectives, one of which was not even a month old. And I was like, what the fuck? I mean, it would be one thing if they just like took an older video or just some random LP footage, but they took 3 of my videos, they chopped them into some slapdash Wikipedia retelling of my videos and some information that I contained within. I was the only one who had talked about it, right? So I confront them on this, right? And one of their handlers or something, they had like an assistant reached out to me after the fact, because in their comments I was not a happy camper. I may have left a very angry comment, and one of their handlers reached out to me and said, "Hey, what happened? What's going on here?" And I was like, "Well, your company took 3 of my videos, one of which I just released a couple weeks ago, and used it to make the same video I made, only a worse version of it. Ew, look at that pastel." I was like, nobody reached out to me. You took 3 of my videos, you chopped it up, and you made a shittier version of my video. So that's what I'm angry about. They're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let me reach out to the guys involved, okay, and let them know what's going on. We'll see if we can work something out." I wait a day. The handler reaches back, like they come back to me and they say, "Yeah, upon further investigation, one of our members actually went to the director of the game. They went to the director of the game and they worked with him, and they actually worked on this game. So all their information came from when they worked on this game and the director. I'm like, oh, really? You do realize that the director of this game, that like they developed it in Japan. They developed it in Japan. And this person is not from Japan. And for them to release, like the coincidence of them releasing this video, using 3 of my videos to make their video, and then talking to the director and compiling it all using my same information, it just doesn't sit well. It's like, you realize that Suda51 made this game, and this guy is lying to you. He did not reach out to Suda51. He watched my video. My video's in this video. So then they just lied to the producer. And then the producer's like, well, tough titty. So that was my last correspondence with him. So yeah, of course, that's why I'm angry. And when I complained about it, there was a lot of victim blaming going down. Like, oh, fair use. Oh, not illegal. Yeah, but you're presenting content under the veil that you are the one doing your due diligence, right? Like, I don't produce videos for million sub channels to profit off of them is my thing. So, and for them just to be so disrespectful in the exchange afterwards, I'm like, fuck you guys. And that's one side, as I said, you'll never see it. You'll never see million sub channels coming out, defending the little guys who are getting ripped off all the same. So yeah, of course, I got a little bit of a beef, if you will. A little bit of a beef, but I kind of had to resign to the fact that there's really nothing I can do about it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen as long as I'm making videos. Laziness and just scumbags in general exist. And they're a fact of life, right? And then, like, I don't know. There's, like, other weird shit as a creator. Like, I tend to stay in my lane, okay? I support my friends' channels. I kind of keep to myself outside of the cool stream. Don't get involved with too much drama anymore. But still, like, when you make content at this level, like, I'm making some crazy, I don't know, retrospectives and stuff like that, people instantly start jumping into like a defensive stance, and they don't want to bring me up because I don't know if it's a jealousy thing or they fear for their own bottom line. But yeah, it happens. Like, I have friends one day and then the next day, I don't know. So I just tend to kind of stick with the core group. You know what I'm saying? Try not to have too many internet friends in general, because just the weirdest stuff comes out. Well, stuff that I had no idea about was going on behind the scenes. I don't want to like be paranoid and call it an orchestration. I'm being deliberately vague here, but there's some just salty buttholes out there. So, as I said, I'm much happier when I'm just kind of like chilling in the cool streams, chilling with you guys on Discord, and kind of letting everyone else do their own thing and not getting involved with whatever shit they got going on. Because I'll kind of be vague about this one. Super vague. If you guys are done, okay, give me a 1 if you want to hear this vague story about some recent bullshit. Give me a 2 if you just want to play some Vita games. We'll move on. 1 in chat if you want to hear some bullshit. 2 if you just want to enjoy the 9th year anniversary of the Vita. I'll read some chat. Gatan, yeah, you know the video. It's not hard to figure out. Biophoenix, I'm pretty sure Pseudo's English is not the best. All of his interviews I've seen, he has a translator. Yeah, he knows some basic English. He understands, I guess, when you're talking with him. Yeah, Oakland knows what's up. Dandelion's in here. You're just too good for them, Miles. I don't know if I'm too good for him. I wouldn't say that. We got ones. Ones in the chat. Twos in the chat. Ones. I think the ones have it. I'll make it quick. J-Man says one. Give us a scoop, asshole, says Nero. Max says one. There's a... you guys already know about... you guys already know about my reputation with the Suda51 Grasshopper community. I'm their favorite content creator. I've been a longtime member of Paradise 51. I am a moderator on a Grasshopper Discord. They love me there. Can't get enough. Reddit, the Grasshopper Suda51 Reddit, always posting my videos up there. They love me, right? So everything's water under the bridge. They think I'm cool. They said that. That's their words, not mine. I've interacted with a couple other communities. I tend to, before I go involve myself in communities at all, I tend to feel out the scene, see where things are, because when you go into any community of fans, if you will, like hardcore fans of something that you might also enjoy, the gatekeepers are always the ones that want to shove you out face first. And it's because it's it goes into that mentality of being a moderator. It goes into that mentality of being a janitor on the internet. There are people that have built their existence around, their identities are formed around this particular topic, this particular comic or movie or video game. And on the whole, when you enter a community, there's just a bunch of normal members like yourself, very welcoming, just in it for the love of whatever the topic may be, right? I try and introduce myself. I am who I am. We'll put it that way. I'm not ashamed of who I am. I can make, I guess, jokes, but I don't think they're anything controversial or anything warranting being canceled or what have you. But I guess when you're on the internet and you make jokes, or if you have a strong personality in general, which I've been told I do, there'll be people that definitely get where you're coming from. They understand that you're trying to make a joke, or you're trying to liven up a situation. You don't even have to be telling a joke or doing anything controversial or edgy, but you just want to be actively involved. And that's the kind of dude I am. When I rarely join communities as is, because it's just hard to keep up. I got my Discord, and I'm in a few other Discords of my friends and stuff like that, just to check in with them and stay in touch, right? But occasionally I'll join a new Discord, or I'll join a new group or a subreddit or something like that, just on a topic that interests me. And I'm just getting, I don't know, faced with a lot of those weird gatekeepery dudes. We'll just say this. There's a community that I joined recently, and for the most part, everyone was cool. We hung out, we talked. I actually made friends with a few people in there, and things were cool. But turns out one of the dudes in that community was also a video creator. He had made some similar videos to me, but he went in a very different direction. I'll put it that way. And after I joined this community, I got a DM from one of the people in the community that are like, this guy is really saying you're a red flag, okay? You're a red flag, and you're gonna cause something to happen here, and that we should avoid you. And I'm like, what? I've never once had that interaction before, or that warning up front. And I'm like, well, I'm just here for the love of this topic, okay? For the love of this topic, I'm interested in it. I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes. I'm actually just trying to understand who's in here. Like, what's this community all about and stuff like that. Like, I'm like, he probably feels that way because this is his favorite game, if you will. And because I'm talking about this favorite game, maybe I'm not doing it justice in his eyes or whatever. I'm like, whatever. He can talk to me. I'll talk with him. I got nothing against this dude. I actually thought his videos were pretty good. And I left him a comment on his video saying like, hey man, this is good stuff. I tend to just offer the olive branch in those situations. Whenever somebody has like one of those weird grudges against you, or they just they act weird. And it's kind of a gatekeepery thing. Like, I've encountered it all my life on the internet. There's always those like weird expert guys that go in and they're just actively hostile on certain things, or they don't want alternative interpretations. We'll put it that way. Whenever you're dealing with a particular topic, things can only be this one way. Okay. I know what I'm talking about here. I've been a member of this community for 10 years, that sort of thing. And I definitely didn't have my members only jacket at the time. I certainly didn't pay my dues, but I felt, that was definitely just uncalled for. So I guess like things were warming up. I was warming up in this community and things were going good. But he started whispering in other people's ears and saying, like, oh, no, you shouldn't be friends with him and all this. And meanwhile, this dude is 40 years old. 40 years old doing this behind-the-scenes sabotaging thing. And I was just like, fuck this, I'm out. And I tend to do that, but that's kind of why I'm not a part of, when I get invited to all these like Discords and all these other groups and subreddits, it's like every time I show up there, there's some old ass crow. There's some old ass crow that rules the roost and been there for a while. But when some fresh blood comes in, some big young swinging dick shows up in that community, instantly, behind the scenes. Never once did they talk to me. Never once did they try to engage with me whatsoever. They just like went a shitty way. And this community is not large at all. They definitely need more exposure, if anything. So it's, I don't know how to say it. And I guess it's because I cover niche content that I encounter a lot of these communities. Like, I'll cover a game that just didn't get a lot of spotlight. There's always like a few guys that have just been the number one game facts moderator. Okay. They own that board, that particular topic. Nobody else can post. But, yeah, I get that vibe a lot. So, I'm just kind of making a new policy not to, try and communicate with hardcore fan bases at all. Even like when I come out with a friendly disposition, and you can ask anyone in my Discord, I'm not a political guy. I'm actively anti-political. I keep that shit out of my Discord. I keep it out of my communities because it just ruins communities in general. Like, I was up the other night, in a different Discord, not my personal one, but I was in a different one. And I'm like, is Discord just a place where misery goes to grow and fester? Because it just seems like everyone in other communities, I would say, in other communities that I've checked in on for whatever topic, it seems like they all start off pretty cool and everyone's friendly, and then as the community grows, more politics and pornography get introduced. Okay, people's sick pornography that they just can't help but invite you into looking at, or other things. And I'm not trying to shame anyone's fetish, but like if I'm like, you know, here to talk about PlayStation mods, if I'm joining this community and I wanted to talk about modifying the PlayStation, and you're posting some nasty, I don't know what kind of porn you would call it, but some nasty like tentacle porn or what have you, or like that kind of shit ruins communities, politics, and the constant porn. At least if you're gonna have porn on your Discord, like put it in a containment board. Like I've got a not safe for work containment board for that. You can go talk about it there. That's cool. Okay. But I just think that shit ruins every community. And I think people, because of the lockdown and what have you, have just gotten become more sourpusses and doubling down in their weird gatekeepery behaviors and fetishes and anger towards the world. And you're just like, fuck off. Like, just be happy that you got other people that are right here with you. Just be happy. Don't let shit that's out of your control, like politics and whatever drama, like take control of your life. And so, yeah, I actually was talking to one of my friends who was going through a hard time that I met online, believe it or not. I've had some positive relationships online. Friends from around the world. They had just gotten over a pretty bad illness, and I was talking with them, and they said, you know what, Hikiko, thanks for running this Discord the way you do, because out of all the Discords I've been a part of, yours has no drama, no politics, and it's just chill. We just talk about our hobbies. We all know each other, and we have a good time. And that's very important to me, man. I've had to make some hard choices being a mod. Santi Pari, hi Hikiko, how are you doing? I'm doing great. I've been playing Obscure 2 during all night with a friend. Did Sum 41 do the soundtrack on that game? Eldritch Truth. I think that's just the natural course of things on the internet. It is, but I think it's accelerating. You guys ever heard of accelerationism? I think if you look at like any in history, right? Anytime a society has grown too comfortable, or they've entered a time of great prosperity, and I think above all else, like, yeah, we had the pandemic, and we have some other drama going on in a political fashion. I'd say on the whole, we're in a very prosperous time. We've got technology that's more accessible to anyone than ever before, with all the world's knowledge at the touch of a button, if you will. Videos on like the Library of Alexandria is worth of video tutorials to just discover knowledge and learn how to be self-sufficient, right? So we've got a time of great prosperity and wealth and, in a way, like misery, because there are, I guess, less milestones to achieve throughout humanity. I guess we're trying to figure out world peace, which will probably never happen, but we're trying to like make things more peaceful between everyone. And so people either invent things to get mad about, or start like amplifying, like putting the microscope towards drama that really doesn't matter to anything or anyone. And that shit just accelerates and it just spirals out of control, right? And it makes us all worse in the end. That's how I see it. I think it makes us weaker people because on the internet, like people are not. There's a degree of separation from who you are in reality versus who you are on the internet, right? There's a mask you wear. And during that time on your internet, you may amplify certain behaviors, you may play it up, or you may like misinterpret things really quickly. And I think that's part of it. It's people forgot how to talk to each other and communicate. And either that or they just they go for the most worst interpretation of something and latch on to that. And I don't know how to like dial that back to what I was talking about before, but in a nutshell, I feel people are afraid to hash out their problems in a civil way. And I'm not saying this is everyone, because I've had issues with friends plenty of times. Some of my closest friends in the world, we've had issues and we've talked about it and worked it out. And that's going to happen. That's going to happen in any good relationship in your life. But when you're dealing with strangers from all over around the world and you're forming a community, shit gets worse. And it spirals out of control. And you're oftentimes put into a situation where you're forced either by your community or you're forced due to the nature of the problem to choose a side. And sometimes you just don't have a dog in the fight. Like oftentimes when I'm dealing with moderation issues between two members that are fighting with each other, like most of the time I don't have any vested interest. I don't give a shit. I just want it to be over with, right? So sometimes like I'll just like not ban both people, but I'll talk to both people. I'm like, hey, cool it on this, hash it out in the DMs. Cool it on this. And that's what I try and do. Like I don't try and like, I don't know, shame anyone or put them in a position like where maybe they're having a bad day and they stepped out of line or what have you. Because I know a lot of other people, like I've been a part of communities where moderators, they just don't give a fuck. They'll rip off the bandage and ban you. And, you know, I definitely believe in second chances. And just seems like something I've just noticed overall growing up is that people forgot how to talk to each other and forgot how to, I don't know, problem solve, if you will. A lot of people's problem solving is either like just completely ghosting someone or blocking them or what have you, or so just like talking with them. And people also take it the wrong way too. Is like if you call somebody out who said some shit to you or you reply back, they're like, what are you doing? That's a bad look. Muhammad says, if you look in terms of active wars, we currently live in the most peaceful era of human history. Yeah, food for thought. I would say, like, we live in a time of great prosperity. The very fact that I'm able to stream a PlayStation Vita game for the entire world to see, for 43 people. God bless you. Thank you for being here. For 43 people in this chat right now, and I can bitch and moan about the minor problems on the internet, right? That's a time of great prosperity. And yeah, you can't do a one-size-fits-all. It's not like that everywhere in the world. But I would say even in this pandemic, I would not compare the struggles of this pandemic to the Great Depression, like something my grandparents experienced. Being homeless, surviving off of mustard and cheese rations. Like even in the roughest of times, we still got television. We still got computers and phones and stuff like that. I mean, there are ways out. There are programs. There are, I don't know. There are more options, I would say, to get yourself out of a bad situation than there were back then. And I don't know. I don't know what my main point is. Thank you so much, J Spot, with the $5 super chat. Don't start an OS, won't be an OS. But if you have to, communication is key. Talk to each other. What a time to be alive, says Julian. J-Man says, yeah, I'm doing just fine, all things considered. I'm not here to complain. Yeah. One thing I'll do one more round and then we'll switch up the Vita game, okay? But we got 43 people in here. Thumbs up for that. Thank you so much for joining me on the 9th anniversary of the PlayStation Vita in the US. 9th anniversary. Unbelievable. 9 more years. I guess what I'm saying is one deal that I've had a problem with, and I've had this problem, like, I like direct people. I consider myself a direct person. You can ask Mark if Mark's still in here. Mark will tell you my mouth has definitely got me into some trouble in my lifetime. But usually it's because I speak from the heart, and sometimes I don't sugarcoat it. Like, I don't like to tell white lies when I'm feeling a certain way. Like, I used to, like, bottle up a lot of my emotions, and sometimes I still do. I ain't perfect. But I often tell people how I feel instead of, like, pulling a passive-aggressive thing. And I think, like, passive aggression is like a cancer. It's somebody is internalizing their hatred for something, and they do it in the most smarmy, smug way, and how they interact with the world and how they comprehend the world around them. And I used to know this guy who was just horribly passive aggressive. Everything he said was a sarcastic comment, or I'd be in the same room. Like, I had a mutual friend that I used to hang out with. I wouldn't hang out, I guess, directly with this guy. Like, I tried to be friendly with him, but as I said, guys, I got a strong personality. Not a lot of people that are passive aggressive want to be my friend because I'm not that way. I guess I don't mesh well with that ironic, passive aggressive, like, can't be satisfied or enjoy somebody else's company. I don't know. I'm not trying to straw man somebody here, but there was definitely this dude that I think had a disdain for me, and I think I'm right about this. But I'd be chilling with my friends, right? And this guy would bring up a conversation, and I'd take interest in it, as you do when you're hanging out with people. You take interest in what they're saying. You show them respect. You make eye contact. And every time I would talk to him, the asshole would just be like, he'd either change the subject mid-topic or talk to somebody else in the room. And this, like, went on for 4 years. Like, the 4 years he was part of my friend group. And I just never understood why he was this way or what I had done to him to elicit such a hostile relationship. And it was probably my dumbass, like, still trying to be polite. And I kind of have a hard time with that. It's like when maybe it's reading the room or what have you. Like, yeah, clearly I'm the outlier in this situation. But the worst was, I ran into this dude. There was this big party that was going on in my town, and we were all going wild and out. It was, I can't really give you too many specifics on it because it may give away who this person is. But I hadn't seen that dude in, like, I don't know, 6 years or something like that. And I honestly thought he had moved away and started a family or something like that. But no, he still lived here. He still lived in the same spot. I I saw him and he was with another mutual friend of mine. And I said, hey, to the mutual friend. I was like, hey, man, to the passive aggressive dude. I was like, hey, man, it's good to see you. How have you been? It's been 6 years. And then he straight up like walked away and said, I'm going to get some popcorn. I'm like, what the fuck? What did I do to this guy? And I feel like that's a lot more commonplace for me on the internet is I get like these dudes that are, I don't know, very passive aggressive. Like they're very adamant and passionate about their disdain for me when they're around other people. But whenever I've reached out to them or whenever I've tried to talk to them, they've just never once communicated that same disdain to me. So I just don't understand it. I think it's kind of like a coward thing. Some people might call it like your bitch mate or what have you, but I just like, what the fuck? And then so I try not to overanalyze it too much, but I'm sure you guys have all been there. You know somebody in your life that just takes that route of I don't know, not really expressing their feelings on something, or just lay it out there for me. Just lay it out there, okay? I can take it. Tell me what's up. I just don't think it's productive necessarily. Like you don't if there's something you dislike and you're put in a situation where you got to be around somebody you don't particularly care for, and you're going to be in that situation, like be it through work, be it through school, you're always going to be stuck in a situation where you don't like somebody or you don't like something about someone. I always feel like I've always had success in just saying, hey man, you got me all wrong, or maybe you shouldn't bring this thing up when I'm around or what have you. And it's been cool. Like usually they feel like apologetic in that situation, but to go on for 10 years of pretending I'm like treating me like I'm Ghost Dad, like I'm Bill Cosby and Ghost Dad, going that route, man, that is commitment. So I do commend him for that. I do commend him for that. Mark says, you tell the truth people don't want to hear. The century is down. Yeah, it sucks. And I don't consider myself the world's greatest thinker or what have you. I just don't like to lie about things, because if you leave things unsaid, I mean, there's some times where you just shouldn't say anything. That is, it goes without saying. There's some times where you just should shut your mouth and just move with it. But if it's a situation that's like making everyone involved uncomfortable, or I don't know, or if somebody's telling something that's factually incorrect, and you want to engage and say, well, here's my opinion on the matter, right? You don't want to like show them up or one up them. Just like, here's my opinion on this. Just by the very nature of sharing that opinion, they take it as an attack. So like, fuck it. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's what I've learned. But whatever. Dandelion says, in times of uncertainty, the solution's always to flee to Switzerland. They got good chocolate. Nero Smith says, even in developed countries, the prospect of having a home, a community, a family, a future is very shaky. And once it finishes collapsing, it will be bloody in the vein of the Spanish Civil War. I sure hope we don't go down that road. I hope we can come to some compromise before all that happens. But yes, I know what you're saying. I guess I could say, as a millennial, as somebody who was promised, like, you can be whatever you want to be. You can be anything you want to be. You'll be able to own a home. You'll be able to retire and stuff. Like, just go to college. Just go to college. Spend all this money on college, and you can get a job. The job will be waiting for you. The job's going to be right there. There's a finish line. Just go to school. Go spend. You need 3 years. 3 years of unpaid internships, Miles. 3 years of your life of full-time school and unpaid internships, and you can get any job you want. I'll just be waiting there. People won't just hold out until they're 70 years old in this position that you're going for. People won't just hang on and never retire so you can go and have your chance to build your future miles. No, it'll just be there waiting for you. You can be anything you want to be, in a home. Yeah, I know, guys. It certainly seems out of reach at the moment. But I have hope. Where there's a will, there's a way. If there's anything that I've learned in the past couple of months and how quickly the people turned against Wall Street, I think that the GameStop movement, the GameStop stock movement, was more effective than Occupy Wall Street in getting the elite to pay attention and fear us. And I think that that's just the beginning. Once Generation Xers and millennials get to the point where they're retirement age and they realize like there's no social security or they still don't own a home or something, a revolt is bound, I think. You can't have bread and circus forever. You can't just have Netflix and chill forever. Eventually people are going to want to start they want to start families. They want to have their own homes. And something's got to give. I don't think it'll necessarily be a violent action. It may be a cyber warfare. That's probably where the battle's going to be held. Crypto and cyber warfare, something like that. We're going to be living through Watch Dogs or something along those lines. So I have hope. Hang in there. That's the best advice I can give because no one knows the future. No one knows the future, but tomorrow's another day. Hang in the game. I never thought 6 years ago when I started this channel, I'd be streaming to 41 people on a moment's notice. You guys are in here with me, chilling, shooting the shit, having a good time, celebrating the Vita. I told you guys I'd switch games. I'm going to switch games now. We're going to play PlayStation All-Stars. Talk about your underrated titles. You guys want me to play this? PlayStation All-Stars? The file's corrupt? It's not corrupt. It's not corrupt. I have it saved to a different partition. Let me do a quick reboot of this. It's on a different partition. We'll play some PlayStation All-Stars. How about that? You're not going to see that anywhere else. It also came out on the PS3. The PlayStation All-Stars. Once you bought the PS3 copy, it came with the Vita copy for free. For free! PlayStation All-Stars is one of those games that I wish would have picked up. The system wasn't the best, like having to have a full smash attack ready to go instead of having like the percentage system of Smash. I wish they would have gone all the way and just did a 1-to-1. I got to whitelist it? I think I got to whitelist it. Whitelister is, it allows you to play games that aren't necessarily designed for the PlayStation TV. That's what Whitelister does. You got to get it. There's Hihachi there. This game doesn't even have, it has like a couple of touch controls. You got to use touch controls to pick up items, which was stupid. But hey, what's up, Hatagi? What's up, frail dog? We'll figure it out eventually. I'm with you, J-Man. I'm with you, J-Man. Have I played Persona 4 the Golden? Hatagi. My Hatagi, come on. Come on. You've come to the right place. You've come to the right place, my friend. Check that out, huh? Bet you don't see that every day. Persona 4 the Golden and Gravity Rush were the two main reasons I got a PlayStation Vita. My girlfriend was pretty big into Persona as it was. She was like really, really huge into it. But she was like in a Persona 3 portable on the PSP. She's like, you gotta play Persona 4. and I had only played like the first 2 original ones, and I wasn't a big fan of the original Personas. She got me into Persona 4. It's become like one of my favorite series. Caption Panic 98. Please play as Sir Daniel. I will. Let's go, says Hitagi. Hey, for those of us who are joining, I want to see 40 likes in this chat. 40 likes. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Any members in there? If you're a member, post Vitas. This is the 9th year anniversary of the PlayStation Vita. 9 years. 9 glorious years. The online mode has been... The servers are officially down. You can do it ad hoc. So, like, if you have a friend locally around you, you can play with them. But the servers are down. I have this on the PS3, and then I had, like, the code for the Vita version. I miss cross-buy stuff, man. I guess they're kind of doing that with, like, PS4, PS5. Here's the roster in case you've never seen this game. This was, like, Sony's equivalent to Super Smash Brothers. Let's go, J-Spot with the Vita. Thank you. This is, like, Sony Smash Brothers. It's not as good. I would say Sony's roster... It's sad because a lot of these characters that I'm looking at right now are from dead franchises. They are from dead franchises. Like, I'd say God of War's current, Proppa's dead, Fat Princess is dead, TM's dead, Killzone might be dead. Nothing's on the horizon. Sly Cooper dead. Uncharted, I think they retired Nathan Drake, so he's gone. Tekken's not even theirs. That's Namco. DMC, you'll never see this Dante again. Bioshock's dead. Jack and Daxter's way dead. Ratchet's okay. Cole, Infamous may be dead. Infamous may be dead. I love Infamous, but I think it's dead. Heavenly Sword is way, way dead. It didn't even had a movie, but nobody talks about the movie. Raiden, Quentin Flynn will never work again. Raiden, oh God. I don't even want to go into that. He dropped off the face of the earth. Quickest cancellation ever. Little Big Planet 3 was Garbo, but I guess it's current. Sackboy's still around. Sir Daniel had Medieval remastered, so he's still around. Ape Escape, way dead. Toro here, never came out. I guess Toro's Friend Network came out, but that was it on the Vita. That was the only Toro representation we had. And Tokyo Jungle. We got Kat, of course, my girl Kat. We got Emmett Graves from Warhawk. That died on the PS3. Zeus from God of War. Still relevant, I guess. Dead Space, way dead. PlayStation Dead Stars is what this is. Former retirement home. Retirement home where everyone goes to die. You couldn't even put Vib Ribbon in this. So I had a request to play as Sir Daniel from Caption Panic 98, so that's what we're going to do. I think if I just hit start, so like you can unlock different costumes as you play. I'm not sure which one the default is, so I'm going to go with the black one. Forgive me if I'm not too adept at this. This wasn't a game that I played too much outside of their launch window. I'm going to take a quick tinkle while this is going. I'll be right back.
Banished his dark minions from Gallowmere. He has taken his improbable place in the Hall of Heroes. But after centuries of revelry and mirth, word has come that a new threat gathers in distant lands. Zarok again? Could the evil wizard somehow have returned once more? No, come on, that is ridiculous. But whatever has caused these creatures to gather together, a true hero is needed to defeat them. Unfortunately, all we have at the moment is a skeletal knight of dubious courage. But bravery and folly are often confused, and so is Sir Daniel, who sets forth, ready to meet the challenges ahead of him head on, if not exactly jaw on.
I am just in time. I am just in time. Who am I facing off against? Human Kratos? God, what? So, how do I describe this? Basic terms, it's Smash. You have like a heavy, medium, and long. I think it's like a light, heavy, and long range attacks. Your goal for the game is to build up your combo meter or your super meter, right? So you'll see that like where Sir Daniel is, or it says Miles Chan. That's you can build it up 3 times, and I think the third one is like a guarantee kill, no matter what, no matter who you're playing. There's like a guarantee kill, so you want to get up to 1 or 2, 3 in your bar, and you can use that against your foe, and that'll knock them out, and that's how you get points. Typically, it's like the first to 3, or there's teams. And as you're seeing in the background, this is the Parappa the Rapper stage mixed with Metal Gear, I believe. This is all about worlds colliding. So you'll see like mashups between the dimensions, between the properties, which is a really cool idea. I gotta give them credit. The way the stages evolve and some of the hazards play out are interesting. But I don't know what it was about this game, but maybe it was the timing, because there was a new Smash. I think it was like Smash 4 was on the way for the Wii U. And it came out around then, and it got overshadowed big time. That, and I will say, a lot of Sony's franchises aren't as iconic as Nintendo's, because Sony will have like mascots for a console, right? They'll be introduced and have their entire run on a particular console and then never show up again. They neglect a lot of their franchises, and if the PlayStation 5 isn't evident enough of this, but I think this would have been a good vehicle. Like if they kept PlayStation All-Stars, like if it had a PS4 version, if it had even a PS5 announcement, people would definitely get hyped for it, because they've got some new franchises. They got Horizon they could incorporate in there. They could bring back a Dead franchise. Maybe get like a Demon Souls character. Something like that. There's a lot of potential, but I believe the studio that developed this is no more. So yeah. They had some plans for more DLC too. I think one of the characters they had planned before it was canceled was Dart from Legend of Dragoon, which is amazing. I love Legend of Dragoon. So you do level up, you get ranks. Your ranks unlock new taunts, new costumes. I'm not sure about new characters. I think all the characters are unlocked for you from the get-go. Yeah, J-Man. They used to have a lot of exclusives. If Jack gets resurrected, I'm going to have a heart attack. I don't know that they will. I don't know that Jack will get resurrected. Naughty Dog seems to be all in with The Last of Us and Uncharted cinematic games. And I would say a lot of the writers for Jack are no longer with them. There's some Jack and Daxter nods every once in a while. Oh, it's mixed with Resistance. Okay. Well, I think one of them is a mashup with Metal Gear. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is Little Big Planet. I think this one's mixed with Buzz, the quiz show. One of them is. They have some pretty obscure franchises up in here. But yeah, as the game progresses, you get more foes to go up against, and then you have like tag teams, and then there's one rival battle. You have like a rival match near the end, and then you fight the big boss, the Master Hand equivalent, who's this obscure dude from a Sony commercial, I think. Maybe it was from a demo disc. He's like a really, really deep cut reference. Oh, mister. Yeah, Fat Princess was like another franchise that got destroyed. I think people saw Fat Princess as body shaming or something. But if you play the game, it's like a curse, I believe. Like the reason why the guards fatten her up is so they can protect her from being like carried. It's like a weird game of capture the flag or something like that. I played a little bit of it, but it's a charming game. But yeah, I don't think Fat Princess is ever coming back, unfortunately. Who would you guys like to see in this? I'm really hard pressed to think of what Sony franchises didn't get represented during this time. I mean, they did get some deep cuts in there for sure. Yeah, now we're in Buzz the Quiz Show. That was surprisingly popular. I think they sold a couple million units of that. I would always see those little controllers up in GameStop. And I think it just got beat out by Jackbox party games. So, yeah, that stole Buzz's thunder. I find it with Sony, they tend to copy a lot of trends in the gaming marketplace. They're either a day late and a dollar short. Like they copied something like the PlayStation Move. It was just a blatant copy of the Wiimote, and they just could not catch up with that trend. Or they're ahead of their time in some regards. And I feel Buzz might have been ahead of their time. Like if they had just embraced the smartphone market, they could have easily had a Jackbox party game on their hands. But Sony is kind of strange in how they like to develop proprietary accessories that can only be used on one thing. And that extends to things like online play. I'm really not a fan of how they don't, for the majority of games, they don't allow you to play with PC players or Xbox players. Really no excuse to do that nowadays. Another reason why I'm kind of on Team Xbox nowadays, because I've got a lot of friends that play PC games. Like they'll play Monster Hunter on their PC, or they'll play another game, like a big third-party game that we're all going to play together. I want to be able to play as a console gamer with my PC friends. Hikiko, look at the likes! 44 likes? No! We need 50 likes. 50 likes. What do you guys want to see me do at 50 likes? If this stream gets 50 likes, what do you guys want to see me do? I can do a handstand. I can try that. I can do some squats. Oh God, I can tell you what I've been doing lately. That Ring Fit Adventure, killing me. I can get another Japanese snack. Do a Japanese snack review. What do you want to see at 50 likes? Oh my God, we're at 46. 47. At 50 likes, what do you want to see me do? 50 like hype. Patapon rules. I have Patapon on here. I have Patapon and Loco Roco on here. I see 46, 48. Golly. Thank you so much for the support. You dudes are really turning up to these cool streams. I'm so thankful that you guys show up. Aw, 50 likes! Are you saying this? Am I on camera? Woo! There you go. Ouch. We did it. 53 likes. Wow. Oh man, now I'm up against. Who do I got on my team? I got Sweet Tooth on my team. Sweet Tooth's a good dude to have. Sir Daniel's kind of like an all-around character. He's not like heavy. He's just kind of in the middle. I still need to get Medieval remastered. I want to do it just to mess around with the PlayStation 1 emulation. Thank you, chat. You do love me. For real though, I looked at my metrics on cool streams, and it seems like out of all the times when I stream, around 3 to 5, and I guess that's when people are getting off work and stuff like that. 3 to 5 are when people turn up and we have fun. So I try and like do a compromise on when I stream, because I have people from all around the world. So I need to have like an international stream once, like where I get up early in the morning or way late at night. So maybe I'll put out a poll or something like that. And I'll try and get a base of where everyone is in the world, and I can do another international stream. International friendly, because I think a lot of my international subscribers, they check out the archive. So hello in the future. But yeah, just leave a comment. What time would be good for you and your time zone? And I really do want to work that out, so we have as many people in here as possible, because we have wild times. What are we? Oh my God, Julian. We got the hippo sticker with the hype, $5. Thank you so much, Julian. Julian also joined. I think I need 3 more channel members. So if you click that join button, I unlock 6 more emotes, and then I'll have to design 6 more. I don't have them on deck, but I'll definitely design some. And we'll put out a poll on what you guys want to see emote-wise. We'll have some wild stuff. Oh, yeah, man. That was great. Thank you so much for the likes. I really appreciate that. I have a lot of fun on the cool streams. You guys get me to tell some wild stories, and I'd like to take it out on the road somehow. Not like necessarily IRL, but in a different environment. When we're getting close over here, I will say, to being able to hang out with my friends again. My girlfriend just got her second COVID vaccine. Where I'm at on the tier system, I'm very low priority, but I would say about late April, early May, I can start doing the cool stream at some other places, some other local friends and streamers and stuff like that. Do a little collab. We'll take it worldwide. I also had this idea of when conventions open back up. I've done a convention video a couple of times, but there's a convention I'm planning on going to when it opens back up, and maybe like doing a live on the scene kind of thing like that. And if you're there, we can meet up and do a cool stream meetup. So in a place where there's potentially security guards, okay? just in a place where there's potentially security guards, just in case you try and eat my skin. I think we won. Me and Sweet Tooth won. Yeah, boy. Thank you so much. 45 viewers in here. Thank you so much. 51 likes. Yeah, I saw that. We hit the Suda, the Suda limit there. Bob Ross. Hey, man. The Bob Ross, back from the grave. Putting a happy tree here in chat. Thank you, Bob Ross. Caption Panic says, Medieval Remastered makes me sad. Why does it make you sad? I thought it was good. We got J-Man asks, what Sony franchises do you want to see return the most? Parappa is up there. I think at least something along the same lines. Like a good rhythm game, I wouldn't mind. Like Guitar Man, of course, but that's not a Sony franchise. I'd like to see them branch out and do some more RPG content. Legend of Dragoon was kind of one of their only major franchises that they launched. Ton of stuff on the PS2 that they have since neglected. Even some of their weird stuff like The Getaway. What else? Off the top of my head. Golly. Just, okay, I'm going to lay it to you straight. Gravity Rush will never happen again. Unfortunately, never will happen again. But that's like my new favorite franchise that Sony's put out. I definitely feel it was one of their most neglected franchises of recent. They really got screwed over. I will not elaborate right now, but sometime soon we'll say that. Gravity Rush comes to mind. I don't think it'll happen because the creator, Kiichiro Toyama, he's also the creator of Silent Hill and Siren, which is another franchise that'll probably never come back. He left to form his own studio, and he wants to make more horror games, which is good. I'm happy for him. The Gravity Rush games that did come out were phenomenal, and I think 2 was a good note to end things on. So some of those franchises from Sony just never got a second chance. Tokyo Jungle in the top 3. Sony, what the fuck's your problem? What happened to Tokyo Jungle? I'm sure it wasn't an expensive game to fund in the first place. But, yeah, Tokyo Jungle would be up there. The No Heroes Allowed series, I had somebody today show up to my Badman video and leave a good compliment or something like that. And it reminded me, I was going to play some of that. Maybe I will have some time to play some No Heroes Allowed for you guys. But I would love to see the Badman franchise again. It did have a PSVR game for some reason. I reviewed it on the channel. It's pretty good. So maybe it's still current. I'm not sure. But I think it's sad to say, but we're looking at an off year for most of the companies, even though we have new systems out. Due to COVID, there's going to be that COVID buffer where a lot of games just aren't going to come out until like way later on in the year. But Sony's just been very mum on what is coming out, so that's why I'm not rushing out to get a PS5. Nothing against it, except for its design is hideous and I want a Slim. But I just don't see a lot of games that just get me excited. Maybe Ape Escape would be another one. My brother was like really, really huge on Ape Escape, and I think the last game that came out for that franchise was Apes on the Move for the PS3. So just seeing like them making a VR Ape Escape would be pretty cool, or something like that. Did I watch the Gravity Rush Overtour OVA? No, I didn't. I didn't know Gravity Rush had an OVA. But if you could tell me where I could find it, I'll watch it. I love Gravity Rush. Parappa got a remaster, at least. If you could call it a remaster. From what I know, I brought it up in my PlayStation 2 Classic video, but the Parappa remaster was them taking a PlayStation Portable emulator and adding like high-res textures. I guess they were running the PSP version and just like smoothed out the textures and didn't really do all that much else to it. It was a native PSP emulator running on the PS4. Why they didn't just release PSP games on the PS4, I'll never know. That's the thing you got to realize, guys. The PS4 still has a lot of life in it, so if you don't have a PS5, do not feel bad at all. You can still get a ton of great games on the PS4. It's great. It's I'm still playing, like, I modified mine so I can play PS2 games and all that and expand the library. It's got RetroArch, but like all those major third party, the major first party, a lot of them at least, are still coming out on PS4 for the near future. And if you got a Pro, it's not a terrible system. But I think we'll reach a point in the future, I'd say a couple of years, where the PS4 like either gets gimped by updates or just can't handle some of the games. But I mean, all I'm seeing is 4K and ray tracing SSDs. 4K ray tracing SSDs. If you can live without that, then you'll be fine. Bob Ross says, do you have the best fighter in any game franchise, Isaac Clarke? Also, Gravity Rush 1 and 2 are criminally underrated. I agree with that sentiment. And yes, I do. I have all the DLC for this game. Sony had this really bad habit of delisting DLC. Gravity Rush 2 has costumes that you can't get because they patched out the online mode. I have those costumes. There is another way to get the costumes. I found a way you can modify a save file and unlock the hidden costumes. Because the funny thing is, I believe the costumes are included with the game's patch. You just can't unlock them due to the online mode being disabled. But there is a way to modify a save file to get those hidden costumes. But yeah, it sucks. That happened even, I think, with this game too. Like, the online servers went down really quickly. Or was it just last year? I'm confusing the two. But yeah, I played this online a lot. You have to reach a ridiculous level, by the way, to get all the content in this game. I think you have to be like level 45 or 50 to get all the costumes and taunts and special music. Oh yeah, PlayStation Home? Jeez, PlayStation Home. That whole social media service gone. And I knew people that put a lot of money into that. You can find the Gravity Rush OVA on YouTube. Sony uploaded it? Yeah! I know what I'm doing later. Thank you so much. I can do that. I need to watch that. I'll watch that tonight. Thank you, Gatan. I'm not interested in the new gen at all right now. Might be time to go full retro from here. Nothing wrong with going retro. There are plenty of interesting systems that you can modify. For example, the PS4, the homebrew scene is blown up right now. It's pretty easy to find a hackable PS4. Any Vita, as you can see right now, any Vita. What's another one? Switch, if you get a first generation Switch. Modify that, mess around. Xbox Series X, of course, you've heard me talk about that. I got RetroArch running on there. I play a lot of retro games on that. And just by itself, the Series X or Series S, if you're interested in playing old games, I gotta say, they're having fire sales. I got Lost Planet 2 for free, just out of nowhere yesterday. But they do this all the time on the Microsoft Store, that deep discounts on Xbox original and 360 games and Xbox One games, that they truly are going out of their way to preserve. It's not to say that they don't have too much Series X content. They have some okay stuff out right now, but fire sales on the retro stuff. It's a great system. And it's fast, it's quiet, and it's slim. I like it a lot. But I have a friend who has the Series S, and they enjoy it quite a bit. They didn't pay all that much for it. And they're like, yeah, I just bought I have most of my collection digitally anyway, so it's not a big deal to them. And he's like, he's like, I can't really tell the difference between 1080 and 4K as it is. He's still rocking a 1080 TV. Right now I'm playing on a 1080 TV. My 4K TV's in my living room, but yeah, I rock a 1080 TV. I don't give a shit. I don't feel shamed. I'm not resolution shamed here. But yeah, Microsoft's just kind of where I've been at. There's some Sony fans, or shall I call them friends or former friends, that disagree with that. But I'm like, well, I still got a PS4 and I still got a Vita. I'm happy, dude. Leave me alone. Ah, dang it, missed. Am I gonna have to go for the aerial on this? Killzone Mercenary here. What do they call those? Hellgast Warriors? So, Sir Daniel's level 1 super is an aerial attack, and it's kind of useless because a lot of enemies don't jump around too much. So I tried to build it up to level 2, but it got stuck on one of those platforms, so I got to bait him out to use the level 2. Just keep bonking him with the hammer there. All right. And they can also cancel your supers too. Okay. I think it's first to 3. This is the rival battle, by the way. Some of the matchups they have for rival battles are really weird. You wouldn't think Sir Daniel from Medieval would be facing off against a Helghast. Oh no! Yeah, he's owning me on this one. Killzone's a series that I wasn't really big into, but my cousin loved it. My cousin once called me up at like 2 a.m. once, and he was like, all right, let me try and describe what's going on in this game. I can't get past this one part. There was like a nest of snipers with rocket launchers. He's like, what do I do? And then I was like, hold on. And I fired up the game and I like loaded an old checkpoint or something like that. And then I remember like me and my cousin were up like on the phone till like 3 a.m. talking about how to get past that part. I'm like, you know what? This is a bullshit part. I can see why you're mad. I got Killzone Liberation for my PS4, one of the first games I got. Beautiful game, but just something about how the zip lining and weird drone things just didn't click with me. I'm sure a lot of people still enjoy it, but I didn't enjoy it all that much. I thought Killzone 2 or 3, the one on the PS3, was phenomenal, but it always felt more like a B-level franchise to me out of Sony's roster. I thought Resistance was better in terms of the shooters. I thought they had more interesting guns and stuff. Cooler concepts. Had more of a Red Faction vibe going for it. Gravity Rush 2 had closure set for just a year after launch. It got pushed back a month or so from fan outcry, yeah. Dandelion says, you're welcome. Please tell us your opinion on the OVA on the next Cool stream. I will. I will give you the deepest opinion. Was it Gontum says, I'm looking forward to the Lost Planet 2 servers getting new life from the giveaway. Funny you should say that. I bought the Darkness 2. I bought the Darkness 2 on the sale. It was $3. And when I bought it, I'd never played the online mode, so for just shits and giggles, I went on and I played I hosted some matches, and then I just had regular people filing in. People that are way high leveled in the Darkness community started joining me, and we had a blast. It's actually a really interesting shooter. It's like one of those, I wouldn't call it an arena shooter, but you're essentially a superpowered Darkness guy. Not Jackie, but you're like one of the people that has the darkness, and they all have like interesting techniques and level trees, and it's a really cool game, very underrated. The Darkness in general, one of my favorite Western developed games. It sucks what happened to, I think it was Starbreeze. Starbreeze ended up making like a Walking Dead game and Payday and stuff, and they're not making the Darkness anymore. And I feel out of all the comic book inspired, what would you call that? Comic book inspired video games, the Darkness was my favorite. Fighting fighting Polygon Team, essentially. It's a polygonal version of Big Daddy from BioShock. I could pick up that fish. That's one of the things that is missing from this game is ring outs. You would think that would be like very basic. That was something that any fighting game of this nature, Smash clone, would at least have ring outs. But I don't know, man. In a way, a lot of the a lot of the levels feel somewhat samey. It's the environmental hazards that make it different, but most tournament players hate environmental hazards. They hate weird gimmicky items and stuff like that. Can we get two? Can we get a twofer? Can we get a twofer? I don't think we can get a twofer. The reason why is that this is a 3-phase boss fight. So I think this is called the Nexus or Nexon or Necron or something. He's from like an old PlayStation demo disc. He's essentially the master hand here. Okay, so now I'm up against Toro and Cat. So it goes like a 1-phase or one stock fight, 2 stock fight, 3 stock fight, and then it's over. It's really sad. This game kind of ends on a whimper. And then imagine having to do this over 100 times to level up enough. Do it with every character. It's not as epic as Smash Brothers for sure. Still had a lot of potential. And I think it deserved another chance, but it just definitely does not hold a candle to Smash. And it doesn't feel as if there's any core strategy to how you play PlayStation and All-Stars. It's a matter of waiting for an opening and using a super. That's the whole name of the game. Just waiting for your opponent to slip up one time, and then you could get one stock and wait it out, wait the timer out. I guess you could potentially do that in Smash Brothers, but just very little variety. Well, oop. There we go. Now he's going to drop. He does his thwomp smash. You hit him a couple of times, and then it's the last 3 round. But I will say, for the Vita, Blue Point, the guys who did Shadow of the Colossus and the new Demon Souls, Blue Point developed the Vita version. And so it's like one of the best playing fighting games on the Vita, if not the best playing one. There's a Marvel versus Capcom. There's like a Street Fighter versus Tekken. A lot of those have lag in them, but this is seamless. That's something you don't want. You don't want frame drops or lag, or have your fighting games running in 30 frames. So I commend Bluepoint on their conversion of the Vita version. I wouldn't say like the PS3 version is all that more special. Okay, here we are. I can never seem to avoid that, but we're about game here. That's it, man. Even if this boss fight, like, they did something besides him just dropping down and smashing him, like, give him some master hand qualities or put some stakes in there, but the single player campaign is really lackluster for All-Stars. I got a trophy, and I got a new costume, I think, for Sir Arthur. J-Man says the Darkness games stood out compared to the FPS games at the time. They sure did. And Mike Patton's voice acting, good God. He did a phenomenal job. Underrated performance. Lee's is in here. What's up, Lee's? They legit should just make a Smash clone. Don't fundamentally reinvent the wheel. That's right. Brawlhalla learned this. Yeah, for sure. Brawlhalla I wanted to like, but I didn't. I think Sony has it in them to make a fighting game franchise, but as I said, they'll come up with like a brand new IP and then just abandon it. If this roster wasn't telling you that. I think all the people who's the new president of Sony Interactive Entertainment? That guy, I think he was like a recent dude. He was like a transplant from another company. He wasn't like Sean Layden. Sean Layden was like a localizer on Vibribbon and some other games like Propa. He like helped localize a lot of Japanese games. And when Sean Layden was around, you saw a lot more Japanese games and a lot more obscure games. He would spotlight them. But the dudes who work at Sony right now came around the Last of Us generation, all the cinematic games, and that's all they know. They have no respect for their history. So that's why you're just going to see a lot of these franchises be dead forever. Let's see what costume we unlocked for Sir Arthur. Jim Ryan, that's right. Ooh, look at that dragon armor. It even has like an animated head too. That's neat. You get a new taunt. That's pretty cool. New spawn-in. Oh, that's a really cool one. So that's a good reason to play PlayStation All-Stars just for the costumes. I'm not sure that they have any unlockable characters that I remember. I just don't think they do. Correct me if I'm wrong. J-Man says, even Microsoft had some exclusive fighting games back in the day. Yeah, Killer Instinct. Jim Ryan has been there for a long time. I don't like him. You wouldn't think he's been there forever. Like the way he talks about some of the old legacy systems and backwards compatibility. In chat, who do you guys want to see next? Chat, you get to pick the next character. How about this? First super chat gets to pick the next character I play as. We'll do that, and then maybe I'll play some PSP next. We are honoring the 9th year anniversary, February 15th. It was 2012? February 15th, 2012. 9th year anniversary of the Vita in America. Next super chat, you get to pick who I play as. I'll let him file in here. Ganton says, never forget Jim Ryan asked why anybody would want to play retro games because they look ancient. That's right. I brought that up in my PlayStation 2 Classic video. I put a rationale up front for why I did this project because the project did take a while to do. But it's just the pitiful state of backwards compatibility when they have so many emulators. Oh my God, Cat Gang from Julian. Thank you, Julian. Yeah, good choice too. I love playing as Cat. Thank you, Julian, for the super chat. Cat Gang. I've unlocked her Sea Cat. I believe this is one of the unlockable ones from the first one. I haven't unlocked Dark Cat. Hey, Dusty. So she pets Dusty. Picks him up for the victory. We got a couple of these. You unlock a couple of reach rank 100 with Cat. That is insane. That is insanity. Do you guys realize how many months it would take of playing this game back to back to get 100 with Cat? It's insane. 45 is fine for the victory music, but jeez, for a taunt, dumb. Did my game crash? Okay, no, it didn't. All right, we're going to play as Cat. Julian is just, yeah, you are on it tonight, man. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your super chats. Yeah, Cat's one of the DLC characters, which is a shame because, like, Cat should have been one of the top rosters at this point because she came out with the Vita. She was a launch character, and they did everything they could not to push her. It's disgusting. But yeah, we'll play. I think I completed her mission on Hero. I can try Legend. We'll do it on Legend. Use cheats? Yeah, I guess I could use cheats. But that would take too long for me to run the plugin that does that or modify the save, whatever I got to do. But yeah, this is part of the Gravity Rush canon. This takes place in between Gravity Rush 1 and 2 and explains why Kat's so powerful. Yeah, I like Kat. She's a good all-rounder. I like Sweet Tooth's costume too. He's got his little shotgun. I think I used like the slide kick. Like she can pop that off anywhere. So you can always be sliding, always be kicking. Go into a combo. I think her level 1's decent. Yeah, it's just a dash forward. That's good for rows of enemies. Yeah, Kat has a decent level 1. Level 2's her homing attack, which all of her moveset is based on actual moves that you can do from Gravity Rush. And they're very similar in how they're executed, at least. It's not the exact same inputs, but yeah, it feels natural to play as her. Like, coming off of playing Gravity Rush recently. Whew! I just canceled out his super there, but I'll show you her level 2. Here's her level 2. She floats up. This is one of her super attacks from Gravity Rush 1 that you unlock. It's one of the more useful ones, I will say that. There are some that, like Kat will home on to an enemy, one of their weak points, but then just fly over the place. But I feel the projectile attack is way better. I think it's called like Gravity Spike or something like that. There's another one where she turns into a black hole and sucks up enemies like an AoE. It's not bad, but I think her gravity... I think it's called Gravity Claw or something, is this move. Like wherever she charges and does like a little twirl. That in the game isn't terribly useful unless you have one target. But yeah. Alright, Sweet Tooth. Bye-bye. I think this is a time battle, so no matter what. I slid right into his mind. I don't think... my personal opinion is that Twisted Metal Black was the best in that series. The PS3 version was god-awful. One of the worst Destruction Derby games I've ever played. The fact that they made the worlds bigger, that's a good thing, but it's an arena game. Like, you need an enclosed space. You don't need to be spending 10 minutes searching for an opponent. And the races were horrible. Because, like, there were some characters that were deliberately better at handling the racing segments from Twisted Metal. And there were some that just were either too slow or, like, you could just ruin a race if you're playing, like, a slower character and you fell off of something, which was easy to do. Like, you fell off a ramp, and you had to go reposition yourself, it would be over. I don't think I was as disappointed as I was by Twisted Metal PS3. Sony friends, do you recognize this iconic character? No? Why? Oh yeah, you can buy Kat as a DLC character for Hot Shots Golf World. Are you serious, Gatan? What system is that for? What system is Hot Shots Golf World on? Because if it's for like PS3 or Vita or PS4, I'll definitely check it out. I love Hot Shots Golf, but I haven't played it since the... God, what was the last one I played? I think the last one I played might have been the Vita Hot Shots one. Before they turned it to Everybody's Golf, I think. They turned it to Everybody's Golf. I guess that was the original name for it. And Hot Shots was the imposter. It was like a relic of the Attitude Era. But, yeah. I know you can play as one of the Atelier characters in that too. I know that by osmosis, by the way. Oh, God. Terraformed. Now we're in a game of Wipeout, I believe. It's one of the... Bam! Bam! Toasted. Yeah, for a Vita game, this runs so smooth. It's not as aliased as a lot of Vita games. I was playing the original Gravity Rush not too long ago. I mean, for the Vita, it's impressive, right? But playing it on the Vita TV, you can see where the technical limitations were that they addressed in Remaster. But yeah. This is like a smooth 60 frames per second. I'd never had any frame rate drops when I played this. Even the netcode online, back when it was around, I never had any issues with it, like you do with a lot of fighting games. People using lag switches or just terrible connections in general. But no. And there's a lot of action going on in the levels in the background, but then again, I wouldn't say it's as intensive as Smash Brothers can get. Okay. I think Cole there from Infamous 1 and 2, he has a light and a dark mode. He's kind of like the only roster filler character. That's something I will give them credit for. They didn't go the Smash Brothers route and do like shadow characters or alt characters, which are just like slight deviations on the norm. Like all your sword characters and your Luigi's, your roster fillers kind of. I would say for the most part, all the characters play fairly unique. So credit to Sony there. I don't know what Nintendo's been up to with Smash Brothers, but I'm very like underwhelmed by all the DLC characters. Even Sephiroth, I'm just like, who cares? I definitely was in the camp that wanted Travis in Smash. I wanted Gino, Team Gino, but can't have it all. Yeah, it is Wipeout. Yeah, Wipeout's gone. It was what it's on Vita. The Hot Shots golf game's on Vita. I will check that out. Guys, all the Vita, all the PS3, all the Wii, all the 360 have been wiped out. They've been wiped out at GameStop. I went into GameStop a couple weeks back. That store was barren, like disturbingly barren. Doesn't spell success if you want to buy some game stonks right now. There has been a major dip, but I don't know what their deal is, but there's no place around me to buy retro games. All my retro game market's gone. So I can't even get 7th generation games. I can't get Vita. I can't get PS3 or 360 or even Wii around most places. So I'm really depressed about that, because that's my favorite generation to collect for right now. But I was fairly big on buying Vita games when it first came out. My girlfriend and I were like, my girlfriend, my friend Jason, and I were the only people I knew that were always supporting the Vita versions whenever they came out over PS3 and sometimes PS4. But yes. Oh, man. All right, I think I got all my orbs back. I'm stunned. I hate this level. Hades' attack just engulfs the whole stage for the most part. Woo! Just dodged Toro there. Yeah, but GameStop, I don't know, man. Everyone says they're due for another resurgence. I talked with one of the managers. I always like chat him up when I'm there, because that was my favorite part of the job when I worked at GameStop, was the customers that would actually talk to me about something and not treat me like shit. So I try and strike up a conversation every time I'm there. And I said, what's your whole take on this this game stonk thing? He goes, I've talked to my district managers, and they say that we're due for a redesign. I guess that's their big goal for 2021, is whenever this pandemic thing is starting to come to a close, they're going to be like some weird casual gamer lounge, and Microsoft's helping them out with that. Bizarre. But if GameStop, the thing is, like, if GameStop becomes some gamers lounge, like a LAN party place, or I don't know. Imagine, okay, when I worked there, there were kiosks that you could go to in GameStop, and like they would have demos of games. Those have all been taken down now because of COVID, whatever. But they were already kind of on their last legs. Like there was only kiosks that would show off videos and stuff last time I was there. But when I was working at GameStop, I always hated it how there would always be somebody in there that would just like spend hours on one kiosk. That there would be parents that leave their kids there and be like free babysitting for them. They just drop off their kids. I had so many like parents unload their vans of children, and then just the kids would mess up all the stuff I just alphabetized or what have you. Or the worst was like the controller humper kid. I think I told that story one time before, but there's this fucking kid that would just come in and just be like, like go over into the corner of the store and hump a controller. And then my manager and me would fight over who had to clean it. I'm like, I ain't cleaning that. You clean it, right? So imagine now, you're at GameStop, you're already making minimum wage. You're already having to like survive through this pandemic. You're already having to do pre-orders and subscription. Now, you gotta clean off the Minecraft station. You gotta clean up the you gotta stop the nerd fights that break out in your store. Imagine having that responsibility, waking up every day, being a third key, being a manager at GameStop, and then having to go. Once you become a lounge, by the way, once you become a gamer lounge, you gotta have a bathroom, a public bathroom. You gotta now clean up the gamer sweat and residue, gamer dew. You gotta aerate the store. You gotta open the door, spray Febreze. You gotta sanitize the gamer station, and now you gotta clean the public gamer bathroom. You're now officially a janitor. That was one thing we didn't have to do, by the way. Thank God we didn't have a public restroom. Because some of the people that would just come in, it didn't stop people from using the restroom, by the way. Just because we didn't have a public restroom didn't stop people from using the restroom while I worked at GameStop. If J-Spot's still in here, he can vouch for this. The dude who took a dump on the floor still happened. But imagine, like, you're working at GameStop, making shit money, and then you have to clean up the gamer station, and you have to clean up the gamer bathroom. End it. I'm out. I am out. Bro, I also got a gamer stinks story. I'll tell you about the worst thing. Chat, if you want to hear about the worst thing I've ever smelled in my life, I'm going to need to see either a Vita in chat or ones. Vita or ones in chat if you want to hear about the stinkiest thing I've ever smelled in my life. Gamer related, okay? It's a gamer adjacent story. Ones in chats if you want to hear my stinky gamer story. The people, yes. 2 likes to 60. We're almost there, by the way. I'm going to remind people just joining us. We're almost there. I already did my headstand. Okay, I did my handstand. 1 for smell you later. I'm seeing some ones in chat. I need to see ones if you want to hear about the stinkiest thing I ever smelled. I'm getting some ones. Ones all around. Vita's in the chat. Once have it, man. You guys love to have fun, don't you? Okay. All right. So I did some research one day. This all starts on a research thing. It was early on in college. Oh my God, Zodiac Nimico, welcome to Gimme Them Badges. We're about to see some more Vitas in here. Okay. I gotta take out Quentin Flynn real quick. Hold on. All right. So when I was in college, we had hit like one of the worst ice storms of all time. It was like 2 solid months of ice and snow hitting Kansas City, like darkness all around. One of the colleges I went to, I had classes inside of a limestone cave, inside of a cave underground. I had classes. So I'd spend like most of my day not seeing the sun. When I'd come out, it would just be like frozen and dark. So I was getting like really bummed out. And somebody said like, oh, you might have, because of your lack of vitamin D and all that, you might have SAD, S-A-D, that's seasonal affective disorder. Like wherever, because you're not out in the sun or whenever the seasons change, you get bummed out. I was like, I thought that was just a common thing. I thought everyone just gets bummed out in the wintertime. They're like, yeah, it is a common thing. One of the things you can do to mitigate that is, of course, take vitamin D and go tanning. I'm like, well, I've never gone tanning before. I didn't want cancer or what have you. But I was like, okay, well, I knew somebody who worked at a tanning salon. And they're like, yeah, I can hook you up with a membership for like $30. I can get you a few months. I'm like, okay, sounds good. And that'll last me the winter time. And then I'll go tan and I'll feel better. And I'll get a little sunlight, right? It was a really brutal winter. Anyways, this tanning place I went to was located next to one of those hobby shops, right? And it's not just your typical hobby shop. It's like your board games, your cards, your like Magic the Gathering, all sorts of like Warhammer and shit like that. And it was the smallest hobby shop. We're talking half the size, around the size of this office, right? This office is pretty small, just like the size of a bedroom. And like the back part of it was storage and what have you. But anyway, so I thought after I got my tan, I'd go check out the hobby shop because I like board games, I like cards and stuff like that. And the tanning salon was like sharing the same wall as this board game shop. So the tanning salon, to describe what a tanning salon smells like, it smells like coconuts. It smells like raw baked ass because people just are baking their skin, and some people don't shower before they use a tanning bed, what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do that. So it smells like baked asshole, coconuts, and all sorts of oils. I was not a fan of the tanning salon, right? So I go in, I get my tan, I come out, I go into this hobby shop, and next door they're running a Magic the Gathering tournament. And this is like a regional tournament. It's high stakes. There's a lot of fucking dudes in there, okay? We're talking 20 to 30 people in this tiny shop, no bigger than the size of my office. All stinking, dude. Not an antiperspirant in sight. Nobody knew the word. It stunk like hell. Meanwhile, all the smells, all the hideous coconut and burning flesh smells, like went through the ventilation system and collided with the 40-year-old dude BO and farts. Because like you got 30 people in one room at a time, there's some farting going down, okay? On average, a human farts at least twice per hour, right? So at different intervals of 30 men grown-ass men. So I just smell this tornado of burned skin, BO, farts, Mountain Dew burps as I walk in. And I got sick to my stomach, dude. Like, smells get to me. I think I lost that one. Smells get to me. I fucking dry heaved. I didn't even check out anything going on in that store. Like, I walked in and I got hit with that smell. That combination of all of them. I went back to my car and I dry heaved for like 20, 30 minutes. It's a smell that has never left me. I mean, it is one of those things, like, I think death, the smell of death, would be more welcoming than that game shop next to a tanning salon. They didn't even crack the door. That's like a fire hazard, let alone. You know, imagine, so that's what GameStop has to look forward to, is that smell. God help you. Any GameStop managers in here? Anyone ever else worked at a GameStop? Like, I mean, I know J-Spot in here's worked at one. J-Spot was one of my managers. But, goddamn. It's inhumane. Inhumane. Bro, wash your body. Okay? I know there's some people that lack social awareness and what have you. Maybe they're smell blind or what have you. But even still, like, have some decency. If you're going to be at a Magic tournament, bro, just wash your ass. Axe should be sponsoring you, not Wizards of the Coast. It would be very nice. Anyway, yeah, I dry heave. There was another time where I was in a game store that I also smelled the second worst thing in my life. I swear to God, every terrible thing I've ever encountered in my life has come from a video game store or a convention of some kind. Like, there's been a convention, anything video game adjacent, there's some terrible smells. Thank God for this mask culture. Thank God it's becoming more acceptable to wear masks so you could at least somewhat avoid these chance encounters. But yeah, the second worst smell. I was at a retro game store. I was out of town, and my friend had talked up this retro game store, but it was in a really, really bad part of town. This place in Missouri used to be known as the meth capital of the world. It used to be the meth capital of the world. But I think like New Mexico or something, Nevada might have beat them out. But it used to be known as the meth capital of the world. So there's some definitely shady people going through there. It was back when I used to collect retro video games. So I used to travel all around Missouri, searching for NES games and stuff. It was part of the hobby. It was fun. It was fun times doing a road trip, right? I go in there, and I see this dude who has yellow eyes. He looks to be in his 60s. He's wearing overalls, paint-covered overalls, and he's not wearing a shoe. He's wearing a plastic bag that he tied around his ankle. I don't know. I don't know why. I go to this guy, like next to this guy, and he's smelling like kerosene. You guys know what kerosene is from lamps? You light one of those oil lamps that you carry with you. This dude, he has yellow eyes. He smells like kerosene, probably from his meth lab. There was probably a chemical smell from his meth lab. So stanky, right? Instantly, I'm feeling sick and woozy. Like, not like vomiting, but just being around this guy, I felt like I was getting cancer just from being around this guy. So I decide to like go on the opposite side of the store, away from the NES games until he left. I was like, I'll just wait for him to move along, and then I'll go back and check out the NES games. And my girlfriend's like looking for me because we separated in the store. And that guy goes over, like I'm across the store. My girlfriend's looking for me in the NES section. that guy goes over to my girlfriend and starts hitting on her. And I'm like laughing from the other side of the store. I think it's funny. He's like, the nastiest methed out dude is hitting on my girlfriend at this time. So I'm laughing and I'm laughing, just seeing the look on her face because I know she smelled what I smelled, right? And as I'm standing there, there's this lady, like this morbidly obese lady, who had covered her entire body in baby oil. In baby oil. Covered her entire body in baby oil, head to toe. So as I'm trying to get this meth chemical lab smell out, I'm inhaling this lady's baby oil and sweat, and I'm out. I walked out of the store, and I'm like retching. Like I waited in my car. My girlfriend's like, "Where did you go?" I'm like, the smells. I couldn't take the smell. She's like, "Did you run into that guy?" I'm like, not only that guy, but the baby oil lady. And it was such a pungent aroma that it singed my nose hairs. Like I could feel my nose hairs burning from the baby oil meth lab combo, man. That was the second worst smell. That was the second worst. There you go. I hope the super chat was worth the smell. You guys can know my suffering. There's some stinky people out in this world. I think that's even more offensive. Like, dude, you can say whatever you want to me. You can be loud and obnoxious. I think being smelly is more offensive to me than anything you could say. To smell, to not access some soap, to not like make a choice in your life to bathe. I wouldn't say like, it's a universal thing. There are definitely some people out there in the world who probably don't have access to soap, but if you've made it to your life, if you're like in your 40s to 60s and you're at a place in your life where you just don't shower, it's hard. Like, I can't feel bad for you, man. You fucked up somewhere. Please, just do us a solid. But yeah, meth lab kerosene, baby oil. Ugh. I'm a smell kind of guy, man. And I'm not going to come out and say, dude, you fucking stink. Okay, that's also horrifying to a certain degree, too. I'm getting wrecked here. I'm getting wrecked. Yeah, you should shower after this. I recommend it. Yeah, he had a lot of portraits he was painting. He sure was painting. I think he huffed something. What's up, Ray Cortex? What's up, Dandelion? Baby meth oil. Hikiko loves it when smelly men hit on his girlfriend. It's true. Like, I was watching her from a safe distance. I was watching her, making sure nothing was going down, but she was mad. She was mad after that one. Delta says, hey, he talked about tanning salons. It reminded me of something. One of my friends said that there's people who jerk off in the tanning salons on those machines, so there could be the smell of burnt coom. Yes! That is something I also neglected to mention. That is a real possibility. More often than not, though, I will say a lot of these tanning salons and massage parlors nearby are prostitution fronts. Like in Kansas City, there was a huge sting that went down. There was a lot of like trafficking going on, and I'm not sure. I think it's probably rare in the tanning salons, but just if you see a sign that's generic and it says massage on it, good chance that's a place where some trafficking is going down. Yeah, I try to like go to places that at least have a chain, like a chain brand, right? Where there's somebody that I can actually hold liable. Hey, that didn't go too badly. Yeah, you might be dealing with somebody's burnt coom. Well, I mean, the beds themselves don't get terribly hot. It's more of a UV thing. So I don't know if it would be terribly burnt, but yes. Yeah, GG brought up a good point. The Vita homebrew community have ported over the Android versions of Vice City, San Andreas, and Max Payne. Yeah, I could actually download those and play that. So I'll check that out. I love it when you find out that the Vita was more than capable of playing PlayStation 2 games, or at least equivalent, and they just did not port over that library. I think the Vita would have been amazing if it had PS2 games. Like, it had PS1 games. Like, if you run the PSP shell, you could play a lot of PS1 and PSP games, which themselves were often ports of PS2 games. But yeah, the Vita was very capable of running some PS2 emulators. A lot of people complain like, oh yeah, the Emotion Engine and what have you, hard to emulate. Well, I would say not many. The majority of the PlayStation 2 library didn't use its full potential as is. Ton of 2D games that could have been ported over for sure. But I don't know. Not Sony. They make boneheaded decisions. I'm still a fan of their legacy stuff, but I will never defend them. You're not going to catch me defending their shitty practices. Is this... I think this is the Killzone level. I'm not sure which... it's like Killzone meets Ape Escape. Something like that. There's a couple of Ape Escape levels in this game. That's one... Honestly, though, I am a little nostalgic for the con smells. Like the smelly cons. I would... If it was on the brochure that it would be stinky, like I'm going to smell somebody's butt cheese for at least 20 minutes during my convention stay, and they were upfront about it, I'd still would be excited to go to a convention. I miss being around people so much. I know it's going to happen probably during the summertime. So yes, it will happen, but if that was just on the brochure, I'd be like, you know what, that doesn't sound pretty bad. I think I'll just inhale that. I'll double barrel it. I'll open my mouth and just I'll taste test it, okay? Like wine tasting. Somebody's butt cheese smell. Or BO. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, somebody's wearing somebody smells like a Campbell's soup air freshener, clam chowder. Yeah, man. I'm all about it. Get me out of the house. Let's go. Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll wear it around my neck. I don't give a fuck. Get me out of here. Conventions are always bizarre, but I always have memorable stories. You guys should, if you're in my Discord or something, ask David about the guy he pantsed at the Screw Attack Gaming Convention. My friend David, there was like some weird guy who was drunk. He and Derek from Mega 64 gave this dude a bunch of drinks, and David accidentally pantsed this dude. This dude got mad and tried to strangle my friend David. It was an accident, but he almost killed my friend David at this convention. If David's in here, David, if you're in here, tell him the story about how you pantsed that dude. You pantsed that dude with Derek from Mega 64. That was great. Oh, San Andreas is the Android version, and it's not available yet. GTA 3. Okay, it was 3 that was ported. I see. Dandelion, I will be watching that OVA, and I will update you guys as soon as I can. Gatan says, just shocking how Sony dropped the Vita without even trying, especially after Nintendo turned the 3DS around so spectacularly at it from its rocky start. Yeah, and it's not like Sony didn't have the money. The PS4 sold like gangbusters. The PS3 late in life was doing great. Just an odd thing to abandon. And I wouldn't say they had enough failures on there. a lot of their games had greatest hits versions. I think I know Uncharted sold a decent amount. Gravity Rush sold a decent amount. My thing is they should have released an SD version of the Vita. Just say, hey, we fucked up with the proprietary thing. Here's an SD version. Like, even micro SD would have been sufficient. They did a micro SD version, and then also upgraded the Bluetooth module in there so they could remote play better. If it were remote played with the PS4, it would have eaten the Switch's lunch early on. That's my personal opinion, but I mean, Nintendo always has the magic going for them. They have a more diehard fan base than most, and the family appeal. But Vita just felt like an adult system. It felt like it was made for hardcore gamers, and I respect it to this day. 9 years later, on this very date, the Vita graced us, and I'm happy to be playing it. We'll switch up games after this round. 61 likes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. As Nicolas Cage from The Wicker Man would say. Not the Beast. Anyone seen that new Nicolas Cage Five Nights at Freddy's film? I think it's called Wally's Wonderland or something like that. It's playing at a local theater. I'm going to see if I can drag my girlfriend out. My girlfriend's got her, she got her second vaccination, so at least she'll be all right. But I really want to go to a movie. I want to go see Willy's Wonderland. I love Nicolas Cage. Even when he's bad, he's good. He's like the pizza of actors. But I want to see that. It may be on streaming services right now. Fictive Truism's in here. What's up, man? I thought Sony would have at least added more from their library to PS Now by now. Yeah, Sony does that all the time. PSVR was dropped. PSVR has a robust library, but they don't do anything to advertise it. There are some great PSVR games that I covered on the channel. The PSVR had like No Heroes Allowed VR, Monsters of the Deep, Until Dawn, Rush of Blood. Until Dawn's a great new franchise, by the way. I hope they continue it. Not sure that they will, but I loved Until Dawn. Rush of Blood was a great PSVR. They had The Heist. What is it? Blood and Truth or something like that. I heard the Walking Dead game was surprisingly good for PSVR. I'm not sure how much you guys would want to see a PSVR stream. It would be difficult for me to interact with chat with the VR headset. I'd have to take like frequent breaks, which isn't a bad thing when you're dealing with that, but I can only play the VR game. There are certain games that are better than others, but like in my Resident Evil 7 review, I got super motion sick playing that. Like, it's just one of those games that doesn't jive well with me. A lot of people liked Resident Evil 7 VR, but I think it makes it a worse game, quite frankly. And I just get motion sick from playing it. But there are other games I'm just fine in. Like, I'll play Until Dawn, absolutely fine. Final Fantasy Monster of the Deep, fine. They have some neat first-person VR horror games. There's some art pieces on there, too. Like just movies, essentially interactive movies. But I heard that Walking Dead VR game is amazing because it's got like the Half-Life Alyx thing going for it, where it has more fluid hand motion and you can pick up a lot of objects and manipulate the world. So that may be a game I check out if I see it on sale. Astrobot's another franchise. The Astrobot VR game is like a 10 out of 10. If you're looking for a unique VR experience that utilizes every feature of the PS4, and I mean every feature, the Astrobot VR game. It's no wonder that, like, he's kind of like their, he's like their experimental lab for games. Like, if you want to test every gimmick that a Sony system has to offer, play an Astrobot game. Boom! Nailed it. Okay, one more ought to do it. Let's see if I can get lucky here. I'm playing on a harder difficulty, by the way, so if you wonder why I got filtered early on, it was the difficulty is amped up. The AI also tends to gang up on you more and throw projectiles and cancel out your supers, so as you would expect with a harder difficulty. But it's also hard to build up a super without getting trapped in another one. Ooh! Plus the environmental hazards. Like, if you think about it, I've got 4 things riding against me. The level, the environmental hazards, 3 AI characters all ganging up on me. It's not like Smash Brothers where they pitch you up against everyone else. Or like 1v1, 4v4 or something like that. Ah! They keep canceling out my supers. Jeez Louise, man. Yeah, the final boss is my least favorite part of this game. Once I get here, I'm just like, yeah, I'm done with it. It certainly goes on a lot longer. It wears out its welcome. I can't even all my controls are reversed, thanks. Hydra's coming out. Ugh. I'm so close, I can taste it. What is that? I just got wiped out. I still think I have 3 lives, though, so it's not entirely unfair. I may just go for my level 2, because my level 2 I can at least knock out all 3 in one, and I don't think they can guard against it. At least they won't have much success guarding against it. Level 1 they can easily cancel out, and somebody knocked out my level 1. Dang it. We'll try. Woo! Oh, I nailed 2 of them. Okay. Well, as long as I not nailed 2 of them, I should have an easy time. We got this in the bag, baby. We'll switch up the game here. I'll get some water. It's getting toasty, even though it's like negative 14 degrees outside. Oh, he canceled me. Oh. So the weapons in this game, they drain your special, and they make orbs. They generate orbs on the field that you can pick up, so it helps you build your special a little faster. I still think it's kind of a bad system. Oof. Drake. I wonder if there's a donut Drake costume that you unlock for Drake. That would be sweet. Okay, we'll pick this up. Okay, almost there, almost there. It takes so fucking long to build up your special. Bro, that's garbage. Okay. Got him! Alright. Now, I don't think I am going to unlock anything for Kat because I already beat the campaign with her. I played this yesterday with Kat. It's a joke. All right. What do we got going on here? Fictive says, I always saw the PS3 version of this game for $3, never gave it a shot. I'd say it's definitely worth it for $3. It may go up in price. I guarantee you, like, after about 10 years, this weird phenomenon happens in the gaming marketplace. People get nostalgic. People who played it as a kid grow up. They get nostalgic. The price goes up. And since this is such a unique item, this is like the Sony mascot fighting game, you're going to see the price go up. But I'm not sure if this ever was like a million seller or found much success. I didn't know too many people that played it. Okay. 1 in chat if I should keep playing this. 2 in chat if I should switch up the game. 1 in chat if you want to see me do one more round of this. 2 in chat if we should switch it up. Getting hot. Getting toasty. Let me turn off my heater here. Yeah, it is better with friends. I used to play it online quite a bit, but it's never gonna come back. 2 in chat for changing it. I'm seeing 2s. Let's get out of here. Yeah, everyone's done with it. I'm done with it. You guys want to play some PSP? Let's play some PSP. Let's play a PSP game. Let me run something real quick. I gotta switch over to my dominant drive. You can, the cool thing about the PlayStation Vita TV, you can install a USB drive and mount it as its own storage space, so you can have a wicked amount of storage. So that's where I keep all my PSP games, is on a thumbstick, so I have to switch over to that. 2 for your health. Good. I was getting sick of that game. Adrenaline is the best. I think I gotta launch it twice. Alright. So this is Adrenaline. It's the PSP emulator. It's, Sony actually built the entire, I think, PSP OS into the Vita, and when you launch a PSP game, it runs off the OS, but it's a very accurate PSP emulator. Very, very accurate. It's capable of playing 3 different kinds of games: PSP, PlayStation 1, and PSP Minis. So you'll see a lot of that. I got Rengoku, I got Gun, got some Metal Gear, Wild Arms. I may have to play some What Did I Do to Deserve This, My Lord, just because I love that game. But I got Liberty City, Vice City, Princess Crown. All these are legal, street legal. Sweet Fuse, Prinny 2. That just got a Switch release. Silent Hill Shattered Memories, decent port. GG, you'll have to message me about that, or leave a comment down below, and I definitely would love to know about that double boot thing. Hammer and Hero, I love that game. Deadhead Fred's good. Silent Hill Origins is good. Work Time Fun, one of the first reviews on the channel. Death Jr., Rengoku 2, Strider, Death Jr. Patapon, got some Parappa. John d'Arc, that's like Joan of Arc. Loco-Roco, Medieval, Resurrection, bunch of PSP minis. I may play this one. No Heroes Allowed, man. I love Badman games. Got Echo Chrome. All your PS1 games in here. Anything you'd want to play represented. Work Time Fun, says Century is down. You guys want to see me play Work Time Fun? I played some of it on the Series X, by the way. The Series X, ooh, it's got a great PSP emulator. One of the best. And you can do like 20 times the native resolution. All your PS1 classics. Have I played Half Minute Hero? I have. Just to show you that, like, this is how ridiculous my library gets here. All right, let's play some. I had a request from Century is Down for that. Yeah, GG. I'll give you a Discord invite. Message me either on Twitter. If there's another way, I'm not going to share it in chat, but if there's a way you can reach out to me, like you can reach out to me through Twitter, or there is no YouTube messages. Hit me up on Twitter if you got one of those. Hit me up on Instagram. I'll invite you in. Yeah, there are way too many games. I'll decide here. We'll play some No Heroes Allowed. I love this game. Love it so much. There's also a way to apply anti-aliasing and upgrade the graphics and stuff. The last time I played this was in 2018, and I think that's when I made my video. Japan Studio. This was digital exclusive, by the way. No Heroes Allowed. The first one, or the first two, were released on a physical PSP game. I think I got it. Let me check real quick. Yes. So, because of copyright reasons, they had to change the name. It used to be Holy Invasion of Privacy Badman. But they renamed it to What Did I Do to Deserve This, My Lord 2. And the PSP physical copy comes with both games on the UMD. Not an easy game to find now, because dumbasses like Hikikomori Media up on YouTube talked about how awesome the game was, and now it's pretty hard to find. But one of the best series Sony has going for it. Badman should have been in PlayStation All-Stars. But so let me skip ahead here, and we'll do a dungeon. I'll explain. Let me where go. Wow, I completed that tower. I guess I was on area 3. This may get really tough. Let's do Tower 2 here, so I can warm up. So, essentially, if you haven't seen my video, I've got a video that covers all the Badman games up on HM. Just type in Badman Games. I think if you even type it in on YouTube, my video comes up. Just type in Badman. We'll see what happens. This is like one of my favorite series because it takes after Dungeon Master. Essentially, your goal here is there's a bunch of heroes that want to destroy the Badman. Badman wants to take over the world. And your goal is to build out a lair for the Badman and build out a monster horde. And after the timer runs up, down in the bottom right, after the timer runs out, a hero will come down and try and kill Badman. So that's why you want to build up your dungeon, why you want to add twists and turns and stuff. So you're going to see here that it's a bit like Pokemon. There are random heroes that you encounter. Sometimes there's legendary ones, and you can enslave them to mine more mana and mine more ore and other cool things as you go along. Your goal throughout all the games, of course, is to protect Badman and prevent him from being captured. And how this game like differs, it's not just like the preparation bit. You have to constantly like be following the hero, and when you mine one of those squares, a monster will come out and attack them. So that's part of the horde. So you just like go through the stages. You can upgrade yourself, like I just upgraded. You get experience, and you can upgrade different bits of your horde here. So I got like 201. I can upgrade these dudes or what have you. They get a bit more complex as you go along, though. All right. Well, which one can we do? I got 301. Let's upgrade these blocks, right? All right. We're done. We're good. So, each one of the games gets a little bit more complex. This one introduced water, so I can break one of these blocks right here. But first you gotta like mine towards that. And then it like evolves, like there's a whole ecosystem. So that water's gonna kill, oh shit, that's gonna kill a lot of my horde. But it's also gonna grow new water-based enemies. The water also slows down the heroes, too. So you want to make some twists and turns. One of the things you learn about when you play Badman is there's a food chain. So some monsters will eat other monsters and grow stronger. So say you want to build out a golem or another strong dude. One way to go about that is by feeding them smaller monsters in the food chain. So I fucking love this game. It's a little complicated at first to learn, but once you do, just all the games are pretty much the same. They all have this kind of system going for it. GG, whenever a YouTuber talks about a hidden gem, it screws up the whole market for it. Typically, I would agree with you there. But I think there's some value in it in talking about a dead franchise or hidden gem games that didn't get their time in the sun. Like, for the most part, I do retrospectives on games that never really got their due. But I think there's a way to go about it that's not self-interested or self-invested, if you will. For example, I don't just like make compilations of games and talk about these compilations with no depth or detail or history, just showing like 5-second game clips and then just attributing some sort of artificial rarity to it or demand, like driving up demand for it. Like, that's not the goal for my videos. But there are some people that are just in on the grift. They own video game stores, or they just don't know shit about games, and they just pick a handful of games and they're like, here's the topic for today. And I think that does drive a lot of people out of the market. And it does. And I feel there's more value in talking about a game. If you really think it's a hidden gem, try and hit it up while it's current. Like, if you really care about a game, try and make a video about it while it's still relevant, while people can still support it, you know? That's the kind of hidden gems I want to talk about the most. Like, stuff that I have a chance at supporting and not just something I'll never see again in the marketplace. It sucks to kind of get in that mindset saying like all the good stuff is gone. I still have hope. I still have hope that there will be great games to be released. Okay, I summoned that witch down there. See her in the bottom right? We got somebody that is getting close to the bad man. But I summoned a witch to take him out, so hopefully the witch will take her out. You can summon another one. So if you carve out the square around, you can do a summoning circle. So I got 2 witches right there, a bunch of eggs protecting Badman. This right here, this little flag, is a checkpoint. So if I don't take out that checkpoint, the hero can respawn at that point. It's a bullshit thing, but it's why you want to keep your eyes on the prize. What is up, Arctmin Silva? Is that right? Arctmin Silva. Just join. Give me them badges. Post Vita in chat. Arctmin, post Vita in chat. Glad to see you. Thank you for supporting the channel. You got emotes too. You got a badge and you got an emote. Unbelievable support tonight, guys. Thank you so much for showing up and watching me play these weird-ass games. Okay, so we got the bad man. He's been kidnapped. So now is YOLO strats. You want to, in these situations, you want to start making it miserable for the guy walking away with bad man. So by doing so, you have a chance at saving the bad man. I try and build out shit lane, as it were. I'm hoping he won't make it out the exit there. But he seems to be just blowing through this whole crew. Yeah, you can't directly attack the guys in here unless... in one of the Batman games you get spells, but... I think it's better whenever it's just your horde taking over. You don't really have control of your horde. Come on. His hook shot is ridiculous, though. Fugu, what's up? $5. Thank you so much, Fugu. Fugu says 2 questions. 1, have you considered doing voice work? 2, what's your favorite memory? My favorite memory? Oh, they got the bad man. Yeah, I'd love to do voice work. I've considered it. I've done some voice work on a couple of friends' projects and stuff. Let's redo that one. I've mostly done voice work for my friends' projects. And it's just your basic voiceover, not necessarily played character. I've done a couple of characters up on the channel. The thing is about voice work, it's very dog-eat-dog. Most of the professionals have their own equipment, their own studios. Like, you'll be seeing that right now. When I reviewed my last game, Troy Baker, he did all the voice work for the medium in his home office. So I commend him for that. But yeah, it's very cutthroat. You got to know someone. Just like any sort of acting gig, a lot of nepotism, but hey, if anyone wants to hire me, I'm real cheap. In fact, I may do it for free, depending on the project. But yeah, I'd love to. Thanks for your question. And 2, what's my favorite memory? Can we be more specific, Fugu? Like, memory involving what? Some of those favorite memories are a little personal, don't you think? I'm not going to tell you all my favorite memories. Those are personal. Tell you my favorite gaming memory, favorite memory about a system, favorite memory about the channel. I can do that. I'll let you decide. Thank you for supporting both Fugu and Arctmin Silva. Thank you, Arctmin Silva. Thank you for posting that Vita, too. I saw you got the Vita. All right, so our hero... We've already taken out the first hero. I got to build out this dungeon. My problem was my ecosystem was very small. I want to upgrade some of these slimes, these Parala slimes. Fair enough. Gaming memory. Jeez, that's also pretty broad. But favorite gaming memory... Golly. Out of my entire life. I could say just I remember playing a lot of early NES games with my mom. My mom was she was like an early gamer. She'd been gaming since like the 70s. She grew up, I think she was like a teenager in the 70s. So she was like big on the arcade games, big on Atari. And I recall a time where I played some NES game, not sure the exact one, but I remember my mom was on the phone with the fucking Nintendo hotline. The Nintendo hotline, where it's like $3 a minute. It was a real thing. And I recall my mom really taking a good interest in my fascination with video games. She never like told me that they were bad or tried to shame me. She didn't try and like stray me away from the violent games like Mortal Kombat or Duke Nukem. She encouraged video games because she knew that I had a genuine interest. She would sit down. She wasn't like terribly great at them or anything like that, and she kind of like fell out of interest around the Super Nintendo time. But you know, when I was younger, she would play Atari with me or would play like NES games, and her and my grandparents would try and play a game with me. And I always cherished those moments, like how, you know, if they were alive today, I think they would be really supportive of Hikikomori Media. The unfortunate thing is they died before I started the channel, so I didn't have that opportunity to show them while I was working for it. But yeah, I would say just like playing games with my mom. I remember playing the Power Pad. You guys remember that for the NES? My mom used to take me to like flea market shopping and stuff. It's kind of why I liked Pat the NES Punk's Flea Market Madness videos, because she was like a big thrift store shopper, garage sale shopper, and flea market. And she'd take me to these old rundown flea markets and find NES games and stuff like that. So yeah, just playing video games with my family when I was young is something I always cherish. If you guys have kids out there right now, like, even though Fortnite's a little lame and Minecraft's whatever, it's played out, take an interest in their games and try and learn it at one point, because I guarantee those are the memories they'll hold on to the most. But yeah, playing the fucking Power Pad with my mom and watching her hop around and stuff. Yeah, good times. Good times. Clearly the one about the hobby shop, says Gigi. Top five what, Fugu? Top 5 gaming memories? I mean, there's a lot. Growing up, Mark's in here. My channel mod, Mark. When I was younger in high school, Dance Dance Revolution was all the rage. And whenever we'd have a snow day, there'd be like a time off of school, we'd have a snow day. There was this pizza shop we went to that had a DDR machine. So like on our snow days or half days, we'd all meet up there and chilling with my friend Mark and all the professional DDR crew and watching them play. I was always dog shit at DDR, let's be real. But it was such a big fascination at the time. What I'm saying is some of my favorite moments in gaming aren't the times when I was alone playing. It was always with someone else. Even though I do, on the whole, prefer single-player games, just being around people. And I'm probably also saying that because of the current times. Look at Mark there. I see that wave. I see that Sentry is down. But yeah, just playing games with someone else. Always going to be better than playing by yourself, I think. We're going to take out this Earth Wizard here. I put a lot of barriers in place. We'll just throw out another. We got a big, I think these are goblins. These beasts here, the big red guys. He's spamming all those earth attacks, though. You can see their health in the top left corner. So he's got 91 hearts left. A lot of MP too. I don't think his attacks are draining his NP. But during these times, you can spawn more enemies, so long as there's adjacent blocks. Golly, 64 likes on this stream. This may be... I had no expectations. I didn't think you guys would be Vita fans. Only the true Vita fans showed up for the 9th anniversary right here. Mark, here's another memory. Here's another fun memory. Mark used to host all these... he used to host all these get-togethers in his basement. We'd have all sorts of weird LAN parties, and I remember when the Wii came out, Mark had a fairly big gathering. We had... Somebody brought their 360 and was playing Gears of War online. Somebody brought their PS2 and was playing Okami. And then somebody else, I think Mark had his Wii. So we were all playing Wii Sports and this Tony Hawk game that he had. It was kind of dumb, but we were all like doped out on energy drinks. And I worked at a sandwich shop back in the day, so I brought like a whole tray of burnt cookies because we weren't allowed to sell them because they were burnt. So I brought like a ton of peanut butter cookies, and I think we just stayed up till 4 or 5 a.m. We had so many people there. By the way, that same night was the first time I ever heard of the game Contact. My friend Jason was playing Contact that same party. Just a wild time that I don't think we could ever recapture. Dude, we're really making a shit lane for these heroes. Look how far these heroes gotta go just to get to the bad man. Like, and grind through all these golems, grind through all this. Yeah, man. They're never getting bad man. I think I got it this time. I got all these huge golems and all these barriers, man. Fuck the heroes. Bad man lives. And then I got a little water ecosystem going on here. Man, this is all... They are not touching bad man this time. I got all these turtle warriors and big flower plants. Hell yeah. Oh man, you can tell in the bottom right, that's my total army power right there. They give me a little bit more time. I think we got an evolution going on too. It's wild, but yeah, I gotta keep feeding them. Hell yeah, says Centuries Down, he knows. All the Vita fans are here, all 30 of us. We had 65 likes on this stream. Get out of here. Thank you so much for the support. I am, by the way, people are asking me what I'm working on next. I'm collaborating with somebody on a video. I'm making another Dead franchises. I announced it on Twitter. I haven't told you what game it is yet. But I think you will be very happy once it comes out. I'm aiming for early March. I may do a small video in between. February is always kind of a blah month. It's too short to really get a good project going on. There's really no huge games coming out up until Nier, in my opinion. So you're gonna be happy with this Dead franchise. I've told a few people what I'm working on. But yeah, so I got a Dead franchise. Dead franchise is coming back. I'm really excited for this one. It's been a series I've wanted to cover forever. We got some... Thank you for sharing. Sorry for prying. Thank you for the comfy Vita shirt. No problem, Fugu. Thanks for the interesting questions. I'm not going to shit on anyone for asking an interesting question. But I also reserve the right to not share everything, too. That's just good etiquette for the internet in general. Some things are meant to be shared between some people, but yeah. If you guys didn't know, my mom was a huge gamer. She grew up more in the retro scene, though. But she'd always play games with me and my bro. That and all my friends, like I think all my closest friends, we all share some memories together about some weird gaming stuff we got into, and they're my lifelong friends. Gamers can be smelly, guys. I'm not gonna deny that, but they can also be your best bros for life. Look at these dudes just plowing through. They're cutting all the way to Badman. I gotta do something about this. This is embarrassing. They're gonna kill my Badman. I'm gonna try and summon some more golems and see what happens. Jeez, he's just doink, doink, doink. He's got 170. They're not even touching him. He's just cutting through them. Putting me to shame. These may be guys that are weak. So this game plays a lot into the water aspect. And if you don't have a water ecosystem, you can kiss your butt goodbye. Alright, so I'm trying to get some more golems on the scene, but they're just cutting through them, man. Jeez, okay. Oh man, I just messed that up. This last wave of defense. I can also get them on the way out too, but it's much harder after they've gotten Badman. Dude, it just wiping the floor. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to get them on the way out. In that case, we're going to build up a water ecosystem and just build what I call shit lane. Shit lane is wherever you just use YOLO strats because they get Badman. So I'm thinking these dudes are weak against water. And if that's the case, we're just going to use all of our energy to plow through. And I'm going to see if I can find another water block. I may have a chance here. Okay, we got another big boy. Nope. Okay, yeah, I can build another one. So I'm thinking these dudes are weak against water, so we can try and make a makeshift ecosystem. Oh, jeez, dude. So, like, I think I got one of... No, I didn't. Yeah, they're having a bit of a tough time because of the water, so that's good. Let's see if I can find another water block. It's going to be key here. I'm just going to flood them down there. Oh, shit. Oh, no, man. I think it's all ogre now. They're too tough. Badman, no! Ugh! Brutal. I'll try a different level. Or I can switch up the game, I think. Yeah, let's switch up the game. We'll play one more game. One more game. Yeah, they are fast. How do I feel? Okay, Ark asks, how do I feel about Nier Replicant? Nier is one of my all-time favorite games. It's something that I think is distinct from anything I've ever played. Action, like the story, phenomenal. It's not afraid to pull out the tearjerkers and show something dark. The music, 10 out of 10. I love that they developed their own language for the game. I felt Papa Nier made more sense to the story. You don't often get to play as an old grizzled protagonist, weather-worn. All of his feelings are crushed because of the Black Scrawl and what happened to his daughter gets kidnapped midway through. He loses an eye. He's very downtrodden and world-worn, if you will, weather-worn, whatever you want to say. I liked him, and I loved his banter between Kaine and Emil in Grimoire Vice. Like, they all worked together. They had an interesting dynamic, but having Brother Nier, I'm not exactly sold on Brother Nier. Let's play some Loco-Roco. I'm not sold on Brother Nier. I think it's too anime, and I know they built Gestalt specifically to appeal to the Western audience, and Yoko Taro's like not a fan of Gestalt. I think he needs to add the option. So I'm hoping there's some surprises in there for us to play like a Gestalt campaign. But I'm open to playing Replicant. I've owned Replicant for a while up on my Japanese, like I have the Japanese copy I bought when I was over there. So yeah, I would I'm open to it. I'll say that. But I didn't even like, I think 2B's got an interesting design, but I think 2B's a far worse character compared to Papa Nier. Like, I just didn't connect with 2B and 9S as much. But I did like Nier Automata overall. But I felt the stakes were higher in the original Nier. And everyone had something to lose. And it's bittersweet by the end. I'm not going to give away the ending, but it has one of those bittersweet moments where it allows for something sad to happen. And the impact of the final decision was felt. I felt Nier Automata just gave you way too many endings and gave you like, I don't know. Nothing felt like it had a giant impact on the overall plot. But the original Nier was just, it hit you in the feels all throughout. And that soundtrack, I listened to it at least once a week. and the remix, the Echo soundtrack. Yeah, Nier's very near and dear to my heart. But I'm glad it is getting a remaster. Too anime, but Nier has always been too anime. That's kind of the point. I don't think so. Gestalt is kind of like a fish out of water. Like Papa Nier is kind of a Western character introduced in the land of anime. But I wouldn't even go as far to call the atmosphere of the original Nier anime. It's just very dark and brooding on its own. I don't think that was the point to be anime. It just kind of has a world and darkness of its own without being stupid. Anime can go, whenever anime tries to go drama, a lot of times it ends up very stupid. And I thought Nier was one of the best examples we have in the industry of telling a very depressing and downtrodden story about genocide and the power of choices, I guess, and sacrifice. And it didn't feel anime. It felt like everyone had something to lose. And it didn't feel stupid, I should say. And they didn't overextend themselves. One thing I see a lot of anime-based games do is they overextend themselves by introducing too many characters and too many subplots. The main focus was still there, and all the subplots tied into the bigger picture. So yeah, very respectable series. Way better than Drakengard. Way better than Drakengard. A lot of people are like, oh, I love Drakengard for the aesthetics. I hate Drakengard. I think it's ultimately a boring game. It takes too long to get to its message, if you will. Ark says, but they name him Wait, hold on. What did you say? Zodiac Nimiko says, I forget if I've asked this before, but are you into Shin Megami Tensei games at all, aside from Persona 4 Golden, which is really fun? Yeah, I liked Nocturne. I played some P3P, but I was more of a fan of P3 on, like the, what was it, P3 Persona 3 Remix, the second one on the PS2. I played that a bunch. So I played through P3, P4, Nocturne, and I played like the original Persona back on the PlayStation, but I was never a fan of the dungeon crawling in that. So, not the biggest Shin Megami. I won't call myself hardcore, but I definitely respect the genre. But I would say, and Persona 5, of course. Yes, I went through that. I would say Persona 4 is still my favorite in the whole series. And yeah, I know it's more casual. Nocturne can be really good at times too, but you come up against some bosses that take like an hour. Maybe if you know all the strategies, but you can really stack the deck against yourself early on in Nocturne. But that's the point. I know, bro. I know. But I think overall, I would say the general experience, like Persona doesn't have the most complicated battle system, but it's the experience of the story, the social links, the having unique branching pathways really does that game a lot of favors. And just the charm. I would say even the English voice actors do a great job. Dubs and subs. Pretty good. Yeah, that ending, though. Yeah, I guess you could say Papa Nier would fit into an anime, but, I mean, you could make that argument for any character, quite frankly. I felt Nier's a game that if you played, the goals are clear from the start. You know what's at stake, and if you invest yourself into it, it only gets better. But you have to be all right with kind of a game that's more on the sad side of things, and even more so with the multiple playthroughs. Like it's a game that just gets better over time. And I actually knew a bunch of casual friends who aren't really into anime style games and think anime is a little lame and what have you, that played through Nier and had a great time, and it ended up being one of their favorite games. I just don't think, because of the design of it, it doesn't really come off as anime. It doesn't have any like those weird fan servicey moments like Nier Automata does, but I would say Nier's like more of an adult game in general. And you don't have to be into anime to appreciate it. It certainly helps, I guess, to appreciate Japanese style and some like weird stuff like with Kaine. But beyond that, it's just a very interesting action game. I would compare it more to Monster Hunter than, like, the same kind of tone Monster Hunter establishes, only darker. And you don't really have to be in an anime to be in a Monster Hunter, and I feel the same way applies to Nier. Drakengard's gameplay is trash, but the soundtrack's amazing. One being a mix of samples glitching their way down. I'm not a huge... I don't even think the soundtrack's all that good, if you want to be real with me. I just don't like Drakengard. There are better Muso-style games, and I get that Drakengard ties in Nier, and there's multiple endings, and the protagonist is evil, and it didn't work for me at all. "9S is anime, so Brother is going to be anime." Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, Brother Nier feels more anime. Papa Nier feels more Western, like a good compromise between the two. And it's okay to compromise to have more Western appeal sometimes, especially if you want to have a long-lasting franchise. And I think some of my favorite games out there are when Japanese developers tried to have a Western angle or spin, like look at Shadows of the Damned. Even though it's not exactly the vision Suda had in mind, I think there's something to like introducing a new generation of gamers to Japanese games without being overtly anime or overtly Japanese in style. And a lot of Japanese game designers, like Swery, if you will, have an appreciation for like Western films and horror and stuff, and they're influenced by Western culture and that. So like those kind of elements appear naturally as they are. But every once in a while, like you can't just be out there like banging your head against the wall wondering why they're not making another Galgun or Hyperdimension Neptunia, or getting mad that Final Fantasy 15 happens, and 15 is a very Western approach to a Japanese RPG. You know, it takes in a lot of elements. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild owes a lot of influence to Western open world game design. Like Japanese, like I love that. I love the styling and the spirit of Japanese games. Like they definitely inject their own culture and their own storytelling and artwork into that, and they are starting to borrow more Western game designs that kind of have like more universal appeal, if that makes sense. And I feel Papa Nier is an example of that, even though Yoko Taro's not a fan, and that's okay too. He can stick by Brother Nier all he wants, but I think it should also be recognized that Papa Nier is really, really loved too. I guess I'm not a purist. That's what I'm trying to get at is, I don't think Japanese games should be inherently 100% just Japanese influence and take no other influence. I think some of the best games out of there have kind of a multicultural aspect to it, like wherever games have like cited other sources or other games from across the world as big influences, and that helps shape what they're doing too. But yeah, I would say Papa Nier, Western kind of character. Brother Nier, definitely more Japanese, less inspired. Like imagine if they, like Bethesda or something, came along and made a Dimension Neptunia game. You just don't see that kind of shit happening. But then again, I do dial it back. I'm going to dial it back a bit because there is a trend now with Western game designers taking on Japanese franchises. Demon Souls, more recently. And it's not always met with positivity. Like Devil May Cry, when Ninja Theory took that over and made their own, which I thought was pretty good. There are a lot of Japanese purists out there that are like, you can't do that, it's going to be awful. And I think a lot of that also stems from the Silent Hill, what happened with Silent Hill 2. There are certainly bad examples of how not to do it, but I do like it when East and Western designs come together and make a good fusion. I feel The Evil Within is a good example of that. Mikami was, I mean, it's kind of derivative of Resident Evil 4, but the level designs and the sheer amount of psychological horror concepts that were introduced in The Evil Within. You never saw those kind of games with that kind of budget. And both games are wildly different from each other too. They're wildly different experiences. I'd say like 2 aims for more of a Western design, and one falls right in the middle between Eastern and Western design. But I'm happy that there are some studios out there that value Japanese game design and are making great efforts to kind of keep that fire alive, because you're seeing a lot of like not first parties but independent, like Japan's kind of catching up with our indie scene right now. Our indie scene is like 10 years ahead of theirs, and now all these creators are going independent and opening up their own studios. You're seeing it with the creator of Gravity Rush, seeing it with Swery, and to a certain extent, like Grasshopper is even more indie than it's ever been. So it's a shame we don't see a lot more AAA Japanese games. Julian says, DMC Devil May Cry was pretty good. I like the gameplay. Final level had some good parts too. Yeah, I thought it was silly. I thought it was silly, but I enjoyed it for what it was. What reminds you of JoJo? Yeah, JoJo, like, some things that I'm starting to notice. I mean, maybe this has been happening for the past decade, but there are more younger kids, and like anime is such a huge part of culture now. Like, there's a ton of like, I guess, adaptations of animes now in movie form, or Netflix series are getting them. Like, there's a Cowboy Bebop. It's probably gonna be dog shit. Let's be real, but I would say Japanese culture. It's not so strange, I should say, or out of place for Eastern cinema and anime to be a part of Western culture now. Even more so. And I think people are more receptive to those styles and reading subtitles and playing like fan servicey things and getting into manga. Like, you can buy manga at my local bookstore. It's a little odd to think about. But they're more receptive to it more than when I was younger. Like, it was more of a niche thing. So Japanese style and influence is going to be felt. Like, we've got a new generation. I said it in my Medium review when I was talking about like how there's just like a whole new wave of developers that were influenced by the Japanese greats that are kind of coming into their own. They don't always nail it. They don't always get it right, but I'm just happy to see it, an attempt. And I try to let that carry through in that video, but maybe at the end it doesn't. Delta says, I didn't really care about DMC. It was an okay game. What bothered me most was how disrespectful the Ninja Theory guys were towards the fan of OG DMC, the characters, and the story. Here's my theory on that. I think a lot of the backlash of DMC was all brought on by Konami. I blame Konami for this and Silent Hill. Like, during that time, you got to understand, there were a lot of Western companies taking over some Japanese games and shitty practices all around. Capcom was at an all-time low for reputation. They weren't winning a lot of favors with gamers. And gamers at that time, who am I kidding, even now, they're very gatekeepery, and they don't like to try new ideas because they feel like, rightfully so, they feel like their franchise will be compromised. I saw a lot of that in the Silent Hill community. It's still ongoing. You never hear the end of it. But there was a lot of memes at the time when that Devil May Cry, like, edgy Dante was coming out. And it was kind of following that trend of your grim, dark character, chin down, eyes up. like brute kind of guy. So yeah, it didn't look like the most original premise in the world. So they were right to throw some shade at it, I think. But I also think a lot of people are quick to rush something without playing it. And when I sat down and I played Devil May Cry, I think I got it for free on PlayStation Plus. I ended up loving it. I think it's like one of the better Devil May Cry games out there. And I think Ninja Theory is a very competent developer. A lot of their games are, I'd say they have more hits than misses. Like I loved Enslaved, Hellblade's great, DMC's great. They're a very unique company wherever they tend to strike a balance between storytelling and gameplay. Like a lot of their gameplay and story is well balanced, and they don't like bog you down in cutscenes and stuff for too long. Their gameplay's great. And Hellblade was so satisfying that I'm so excited that, I mean, like, I'm not huge on exclusives in general, but it is one thing I'm looking forward to on the Series X. They are making a new Hellblade, and that's, the sound design in those games are just impeccable. Like, if you have any 5.1 or 7.1 surround, that's like half the game right there, playing with all those voices. Incredible sound design. But I think sometimes it's all right to just like not listen to what gamers are saying. Like a lot of gamers are quick to judge something out of fear and ignorance. Fear of letting go, fear of letting somebody else have a try. I'm never afraid of another company experimenting with a franchise, because sometimes that's the only way. I mean, like Devil May Cry had it. Devil May Cry did not die because of DMC. It got another chance. It got DMC 5, so yeah. But more often than not, you just see developers move on. Developers either they get tired of a franchise, they grow out of the business, they start their own thing, and eventually, as time goes on, you're going to reach a point where the original team's not going to be around anymore. So do you want a dead franchise? Do you want to be stuck with the dead franchise, or do you want somebody else to take a crack at it? And as shitty as some of the Western Silent Hill games could be, and there was some shit in there, I think a lot of people were quick to just write off Silent Hill Shattered Memories, and even Homecoming to a certain extent. But I think that's a negative strategy overall. Like, yeah, you can be upset that the team broke up, the band broke up, but somebody had this conversation with me the other day, like, but what if Team Silent came back together? I'm like, I just don't see that happening ever. Even if they did, it doesn't guarantee the game's going to be any good. I feel if Silent Hill was to come back, it would be in more of a reboot form. They just have to clean slate it, because I'm sure some rights are in limbo, or Konami's not going to afford whatever developer the rights to republish the games or make a true HD collection. They'd probably reboot it, and it would be more cinematic and disappointing. The things I liked most about Silent Hill, it'd be more like PT, I should say. And PT was an interesting direction, but it's not something I would particularly want for Silent Hill going forward. Like a whole first-person horror deal, just, I'm not about that. You know what I'm saying? I want third person. I want some stakes. Stakes, okay? Not the food, but stakes. Some challenge. Silent Hill, even as a kid, even playing as an adult, it's still a challenging game. You can amp up the difficulty. You can impose limits on yourself. You can only stick to one weapon if you want. you can cater your experience to your game level, or to your experience as a gamer itself, you know? You can play harder difficulties. You can, in Silent Hill 3, you can increase the riddle, and it gives you reasons to go back to it. Like, you can unlock new costumes, additional endings. And I feel if they made a new Silent Hill, all that stuff would go by the wayside. All the stuff I really appreciated about the franchise would go by the wayside. Just the little things. And they would probably aim for more of a cinematic deal, just to kind of close out the franchise. Maybe include Pyramid Head for no damn reason. I feel it would be just a disappointment to hardcore fans, but I bet it would be popular with the new guys. But there are some developers that I would trust with the franchise. I think the crew is called Ready at Dawn. The guys who made is it Ready at Dawn? Supermassive. I think like Supermassive Games would certainly nail some of the horror. That Until Dawn, like, even though it was more story driven, it was scary, and they weren't afraid to show a little gore, some blood and guts, and make some good choices. So if they were going to go that route, I would say Supermassive would be a good pick there. But I just don't see many developers out there wanting to create a somewhat shitty combat system. That's a part of the charm, in my opinion, of Silent Hill, is like the protagonists you have are not adept. They're not adept at combat, unless you're talking about Homecoming. But they're not adept fighters. There is a bit of a struggle there, but that's what makes it feel authentic to like a horror movie. You have characters that are up against insurmountable odds, if you will. And that's what makes them unique. They're everymen, every women, everyday people. And that's why the medium really didn't click with me all that well, because your character is a superhero. You don't know the extent of their powers, and there's just no real threat in that game. There's like maybe one threat in that game. And that doesn't set well with me. Let me read here some chat. Sorry, chat. Escape Skeleton. I prefer dead franchises over bastardized mess, to be honest. I mean, that's an opinion to have. You can have that opinion. But eventually everything's going to be a dead franchise with that mindset. Shared Memories is right up there for me behind Silent Hill 3. Love the narrative in that game. Yeah. I do. I think Shared Memories is like one of the top tier games. Terry prefers a dead franchise. What? Guys, you say that. But you also like shut out the possibility of something good coming out. There's always going to be, like, if a franchise goes on long enough, doesn't matter what it is. If a franchise goes on long enough, look at Mega Man. Look at Mario. Look at Sonic, for crying out loud. Would you really say that the series should have ended with, I don't know, Battle Adventure 2? Even though like Sonic has more fails than wins, would you really deny the possibility of somebody else taking a crack at it? Because if you did that, we wouldn't have shit like Sonic Mania, and I really love Sonic Mania. I think a new generation should be able to explore and take a crack at an old idea. I mean, as much as you hate it or dislike it, remakes are inevitable. Okay? Every original idea, in a sense, has been exploited or done before in some way. And a franchise, as long as a company holds an IP, there's a possibility for a remake. And we are in a remake culture, if you will. So it's going to happen, whether you like it or not, unfortunately. But I think it's all right to have an open mind about it, is what I'm saying. Just like go in there and say, hey, somebody else is going to give it a crack. If it's good, if it's good. If it's bad, if it's bad. But I'm saying, like, just don't close all your windows is what I'm saying. Don't close all your windows. Keep an open mind. Ninja Gaiden 2 is leaving Game Pass. I wonder if they're planning on an HD collection. There's been some talks. A lot of rumors right now about Itagaki and Itagaki's plans. Itagaki, here's what I'm seeing, guys. When an old developer known for a certain franchise starts hitting all the media and doing all the press tours, Itagaki is doing a ton of press tours. Okay, that's telling me that he's been in talks with somebody. He formed his own studio, Itagaki Games. So there's a really, really good chance that we may see a new Itagaki game. And I don't know that he's burned all of his bridges with Tecmo yet. He could have, very well could have. But I don't know that... shit, I lost all my Locarokas. I don't know that he's like Kojima status over there. But there's been talks that... Man, I lost all my Rokos. That's sad. There's been talks that he and Microsoft have been communicating with one another. So I sure hope so. Legendary took a crack at Warcraft with the movie. I've never seen the Warcraft movie, so I can't tell you. I can't give you my thoughts on that. Let me switch games. We're going to play some Patapon. Maybe not Patapon. We'll play another PSP game. The Warcraft movie did gangbusters over in Asia. I know it's popular in Asia, but over here, like it didn't do too well. I'm not against it, but I was never really big into Warcraft as it was. I could play a Silent Hill. Let's play some Work Time Fun. That's a good pick up and play kind of game. One of the first reviews on my channel, Work Time Fun. The Hayabusa coming to Smash. Ryo Hayabusa. Ryo Hayabusa is a Nintendo character. There's the Ninja Gaiden trilogy. He makes more sense than Sephiroth. He makes a lot more sense than Sephiroth, but he's another sword character. We'll play a little bit of Work Time Fun. I gotta go here in a minute. And we'll play some Four Fingers. I bought this for my friend Mark's birthday. I don't know if he still has this copy. But Mark and Kirk are really big fans of WarioWare. And this was the creator of this game, by the way. The creator of Work Time Fun got arrested by the Japanese federal government. I think for either cocaine possession or he was dealing cocaine. But it makes sense. It makes so much sense. But Work Time Fun is one of the best games on the PSP and by extension Vita. I love this. This is like, it's really creepy and weird and uncomfortable to play. And it's like somewhat sexually suggestive, and it's the most unique thing. And me and my friends both got it. And you can play online with each other and trade capsules. The whole series is based around gacha. I'll show you what I mean. So like, you work these part-time jobs, and you earn money to get these like gacha from the gachapon, and you unlock new mini games, like new jobs, and you also unlock like weird accessories for the PSP. You can check out my video. There is a really okay review of it on there. Just type in WGF HM or Work time fun retrospective. You'll see it. Yeah, but this was like gotcha, and you get all these like funny emails from these people too. This dude emails you about his pubic hair. It's I don't know how to say that, but you get like advertisements. Ken, this is the guy. Yeah. I'll show you some of the weird stuff you can get. So if you go over to trinket list or tool list, right? You can unlock these things like you can like hold your PSP up to your eyes like this. I'll show and pretend to have different eyes. I'll show you what I mean. So you can control the blinks. So you would hold up your PSP like this and just blink. I know cell phones had this, but back in the day, this was wild on the PSP. They're really stupid, the trinkets, but I appreciate them. Yeah, Ken's face. Ken's awesome. You can also do stuff like ramen timer. I showed that off famously in that video. You can do just a white screen, a tipper, like how you split the bill between people. I haven't unlocked them all, but I did get pretty far in this one. It's honestly, I would call it a 10 out of 10 PSP game. I really would. There's nothing like it in this world except for maybe WarioWare. Oh god, let's do some Lumberjack. Yeah, Mr. College. Oh, I just messed up there. But it's very fast paced. It does a lot of the oh shit, can't hit the bunnies. A lot of the games don't expect a lot out of you. They're like a single button press. And they're like endless loop games. Yeah, I'm supposed to dodge the bunnies. It's so surreal that I'm playing this on stream in HD on a Vita TV using a PS4 controller. My high school self could have never imagined this. Oh, dang it. They start throwing a lot of curveballs your way. I'm better at some jobs more than others. I like mushroom crossing. Focus. This dude changes up the timing on you too. It's very precise, but you get like enough. Every time you get $1, you can buy a new gacha, and then like the stuff gets even more expensive. Yeah, seeing app stuff like that pre-smartphone saturation games is always a little surreal. When I was in high school, the PSP came out, I think, my junior year of high school. And I thought it was the coolest thing in the world that I could watch full-blown movies. And I used to do that. I used to rip my favorite anime. I think I talked about this in my Samurai Champloo video. I kind of showed you. I played the Grasshopper B-Sides theme song or something on my PSP, but that was my first experience with Samurai Champloo. Was I ripped it and I watched it on my PSP. But the PSP was the shit. The Vita didn't allow you to do as many things like that. I think if you hacked it, of course, you could. But you had to like convert your movies into, I think, MPEG 4? Something along those lines. I love this one. I'm very good at this. It's like a Frogger. This dude's just got to go over to his friend who's holding up a cum sign. I captured that original review footage from my PSP. Oh, shit! The PSP does have, I think it's like PSP 2000s and 3000s had a component out, so you could play on your TV. And the Vita was originally going to have that. There's a port on the original Vitas. I think it's like the 1000 model. The OLED models has a port there for like a USB or an HDMI mini. And they were going to allow every PS Vita to output to TVs, but they decided to get greedy and just make the PlayStation TV. So I think there's some modder out there that it's found a way to reverse engineer that unused port to allow for streaming from your PS Vita system, and that would be handy for the games like Gravity Rush where touchscreen is a component. But that's Sony for you. Promises you the world and delivers the moon. We're going to get some new gacha. A lot of it's just like useless trinkets and stuff like that, but whatever. 70 likes? Are you kidding me? You guys are great. Should I do one more handstand? Should I do another handstand? I wish I had some spicy food. I would probably do something spicy. If I had those crabs, remember the crab stream? I would definitely eat about 5 crabs. I've never seen 70 likes on a Cool Stream. We're really building up this community. Cool Stream is no longer just a fun little thing. I think it's now ingrained into the channel. I've been doing it for like 4 years or so, but I think we're now reaching a threshold. I made a lot of bank there. That's $5 is great. Thank you so much for supporting and throwing a like up there. Every like helps. Damn, I'm almost at 5 hours. We'll do one more mini game. We'll do Cliff Race 2000, and then we'll do some gacha, and then I'll read some chat and sign off. My girlfriend's about to come home, so I gotta help her with her car. Oh, so Cliff Race here, you gotta hit the brakes, and it's like a game of chicken. Oh, both draw. So whenever that red shows up, that's when you pump the brakes. And it shows up randomly, so... Oh, draw! This opponent's pretty good. Oh, I'm the purple guy. I thought I was the yellow guy. My bad, my bad. Ew! This dude plays dirty. Yeah, Work Time Fun is one of the best games for the PSP. If you want my recommendation, get it before it's like way too expensive. I have a feeling that it's one of those games that, like, I talked about it 6 years ago and nobody seemed like whatever. No one cared about PSP. But I think it's about to... If it hasn't already gone up in price, it'll certainly go up in price because this is like in the top 3 PSP games. Especially if you got a bizarre sense of humor. Ah, dang it. It's a good way to earn money. I love Cliff Race 2000. It's named after Death Race. Oh, no. I think I gotta hit that red line just as it spawns. And not a second later. Nice, nice. Some people are tuning in like, what the hell is he playing? It's hard to capture in words. It's a feeling. Work Time Fun is a feeling. It's a state of mind. Cool Stream has gone mainstream. I hope so. I mean, it's not really... YouTube gaming is like a dead place to stream for the most part. But I've been very happy with the reception it's been with the Cool Stream. Like, I love streaming for you guys. And somebody told me I should stream more, so that's what I'm doing. All right, let's... Let's get some more gacha here. I've got about $12, so we're going to get some randos. I got a Carpenter Finger Puppet. You can get repeats and stuff. Computer Man Eraser. I'm hoping for a new minigame. Beauty Spot. Yeah, the creator of this game is in federal prison for cocaine. Japan does not mess around when it comes to drug charges. Judgment, the Yakuza game Judgment, was famously delayed because they had to re-record a new voice actor because one of them was arrested for cocaine use. They don't fuck around over there. Water drinking bird. I might have to do a work time fun stream where all I do is play this game because I could totally do that. Bus tour guide finger puppet. Okay, let's read some mail. See if Ken mailed us. From Worktime FunNet. I gathered more than 70 mushrooms. You got Chivos here. Before Chivos were a big thing. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to read some chat. Thank you so much, by the way. 72 likes. If you haven't, leave that like. I think all of you have all represented. You dropped your like. Thank you so much for leaving that like. Thank you for the super chats. I think I got 3 people to join the channel, become a channel member. So that means I'm going to have to design some new emotes. Just a moment. Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm down the street.
Oh, I'll be out in a sec. Bye-bye. That's my girlfriend. She's just down the street. I got to move my car. So I will have some new emotes. So if you do join the channel, thank you. I see Vita's in chat. I made that glowing Vita for today's stream. Happy 9 years. We're definitely going to do a year 10 Vita stream. This time next year, February 15th of next year, if I'm still alive, we'll do a Vita stream. I think I should be. Or if I'm not in Japan. But yes. How many pins can you captain full shift? I think 9,999. Anyway, thank you so much. This will be on the Cool Stream playlist. Next time you hear from me, we'll be with the Dead franchise. Adios, amigos.